Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Hey, HD and hey, Kulan. How you guys doing today? I'm doing all right. Doing pretty good. I spent a lot of the weekend working, honestly. But I'm looking forward to getting back to playing some games with y'all. Ugh, and it's like gloomy out today, so I'm kind of sleepy, even though I have no reason to be sleepy. With cold weather again. Oh, time to bundle up, Kulan. I used to live, when I was in college, I lived in another city. And I lived with a bunch of students. And we were so cheap that in the winter, we kept our thermostat at like 40 or 45 degrees. So I was so cold in the winter that I would go to my mom's house and I stole basically all of her spare blankets, put them on my bed, and then I would sleep underneath all of those blankets and my coat on top. It was so heavy I couldn't move, but at least I wasn't cold. I am still there. I've been talking, but I'm muted because I cleared my throat. Let's play a game. Had a housemate who ran the heating at 36 degrees all the time. Is that Celsius? That must be 70-pound power bill each because of that. Oof, that is so expensive. Yeah, I know it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's real because I know what is it? Around 35 is body temp. So, but yeah, that sounds awful. All right. So, as I remember, we had a big long list of things we needed to do today, which I wrote in the talk to little girl, Ravers and Titus. We also need to call the station. So many things to do. But yeah, 36, that's way too hot. Like if you're cold, put on a sweater. Oh, right. I forgot we were why did I have this on? Electrochemistry? That's right, because we got the expression wiped off of our face and we shaved. I wonder if Kim's gonna react to our new look. Let's see. throw this on. Yeah, I think this will do. Over here, as far as like whether it's electric or not, depends on where you live. Like where I live now, we have gas heat, but the apartment I used to live in was electric, like for heating and cooling. It's funny though, because everyone I lived with, we all kind of ran pretty warm. So we had our highest electric bills were in the summertime when we ran the AC, but in the wintertime it was like nothing because we always kept it like right around 60 to 62 degrees in there. It was really nice. Good morning. Look, I shaved. Oh, right, we went on a date. We had such a good day yesterday. We'll just pretend we don't see that carriage there. Gas fire for heating and an electric immersion heater for hot water, which is terrible. It's cheaper to boil a kettle to get hot water for dishes. Oh my goodness. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is talk to Titus. Oh. There's some hooligans out there. Someone has a fuck the world coat.
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want?
There's an old catatonic lady in the old fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help. The big man laughs, nearly spitting out his beer. What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now? You're local law enforcement, aren't you? The lieutenant looks Titus in the eye. Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction. Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is it? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? Yep. Her. Turned it off about a year ago to save money. That makes total sense. That's shenanigans, though. He pushes up his cap. God, poor lady. Don't worry, we'll handle this. I think she's got some family in Quran or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints. Hey, Eugene interjects. Wasn't Everett's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her. I don't know, finding something. Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. Titus gives him a beer salute and turns to you. Do you have something of yours, pig? Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks that you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do. Nope, she didn't have anything of mine. No? Well, whatever then, Copper. Titus chugs his beer down and wipes his mouth. No. They totally said what it was. What was it? He's still thinking it over in the corner. Anyone remember? The tattooed man scratches his head with his knuckles. I don't remember. I was fucking drunk. Okay, we'll see you in a bit, Kulan. Let me know if you figure it out back there, the big man says, turning to you. Now, anything else we can help you with? What's her name? Her real name? He takes off his cap and scratches his head. Auntie LaPlante. What was called her? Something LaPlante? Marianne, amigo, he says, pouring himself another drink. Marianne LaPlante. The big guy nods, drinking his toast. Anything else you wanted to know? Who was she? Was? Like before? Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit, never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. He swirls his beer. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still. Hey, Divine! As kids, that must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together. How did she get like this? Get wanting to be a cop, you mean? Well, He furrows his brow in thought. Shit, I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig? No fucking clue, the tattooed man shouts. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Law enforcement is a respectable occupation, sir. Got really into ironing? You bought a board for it? Nice. Respectable professionals don't shoot kids, Serdo. I think he's supposed to be, maybe Spanish, but I've already made him French, so we gotta stick with that. He stands, hands wrapped tight around the back of his chair. They don't beat confessions out of prisoners. Easy there, Al. He turns to the tattooed man who's taking heaving breaths. Sit down. We've got one of our own to take care of, so let's not get worked up. Hey, Cargill, thank you so much for raiding. Hello and welcome. Ooh, more Final Fantasy. How's that going? I feel like I'm always starting my stream, like, shortly before you're ending yours. But hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Nice to sometimes wear clothes the way they're supposed to. I haven't had to iron anything in a really long time. Like, really, 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 really long time. I'm not a big fan of it. Time travel and all that jazz. I've never played the Final Fantasy games. I tried to play... I forget which one. I remember it was on the SNES. And it had the green-haired girl in it. With the ponytail. And I remember something about Max. And I couldn't get into it. And then I never had a PlayStation, so I never played any of those ones. Hey, Ultra! Also, Islanders Caper, hi, welcome. Putting on a freshly ironed warm shirt is a really nice feeling. Oh, I can imagine. Like the idea of putting on something that's fresh out of the dryer. I just try to hang stuff up right away so it doesn't get wrinkled from out of the dryer. Stream Final Fantasy X someday. Really enjoyed that one. Yeah, like I said, I'm not familiar with them. I remember Biz played one with, it's gotta be Cloud. And he does the laugh on the bridge or whatever. The dumb laugh. And it replaces he had a mod that replaced all of his dialogue with that laugh. Oh, that's Titus. Okay. Hey, the Invulnerable Tide. The new Edge browser is nice. Is it? You only played 9 and you loved it. Others never interested me that much. That's fair. Not for everybody, I'm sure. Cloud doesn't laugh. He's too edgy. Okay, I get him confused. Because, you know, spiky blonde hair, big weapon, they all look the same. It is. It's ridiculous even in the Japanese, apparently. So where'd she get all of her cop gear? Dunno, Titus says, shrugging. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach. Police paraphernalia doesn't just
Wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it. Collected it.
Hides bleached hair and large sword. Well, thanks for helping out with this one, Titus. No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough.
Eugene raises his glass in a toast.
We're the real heroes on the streets.
Bye. Wow, so someone's been a little boring. What? No, I'm not boring. Get out of here. Oh. Okay, so we still have the police people in here. Oh, and who are you? Cloud got the memory jambles and is quite dead after realizing it. I don't know what that means. Thought you were a magician, outro? I believe it. Dropping into pure Mako can't be healthy. I don't know what that means at all.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
There he is again. The smoker on the balcony. Right here in the whirling in rags. You're here.
I am. So are you. What brings you here?
Oh, he's so different. What is it about the way he carries himself? Hold on, I gotta see if I have anything else to do with composure. But let's met your Sunday friend.
You did. A small smile adorns his face. And how did you like him?
You were right. He was magical. Magically bureaucratic.
I told you, he could be very useful.
I guess that's the charm of powerful people. What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
Explaining it would be spoilers. Fair enough. A battle witch. Yeah. What does it mean, a Sunday friend?
He sighs. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend?
It is. On Sundays. He smiles.
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme.
He smiles, and his smile seems melancholic.
He can always return.
Return where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur le clef.
Still. He breathes in and keeps his lungs filled for a moment before letting it out.
His coming and going brings some life to the village.
Or is it just money? I don't know. He stares at the bar. Why was he staying at your place in the middle of the night?
He has keys and he likes the view.
He waves gently with his cigarette-holding hand. To the sea, I mean. Well, I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you.
He hums. What about me, gendarme?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere, he smiles. What about you, officer?
I'm here to kick some ass and solve the case I'm working on.
Well, here's to you.
He raises a glass before taking a sip of his drink. Froth grazing his mouth. Froth is like 7 a.m. I guess maybe it's a frothy coffee. We'll just say it's a frothy coffee. But I don't know. I'm assuming it's a beer. I have heard about that, Divine. Because wasn't there like a big ol' conspiracy about there's ways to save her? But they were all like lies. Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh, yes. Let's see.
He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building asking questions. What did you tell him?
Nothing, that I didn't see anything.
And he believed you?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, did you tell him about your friend? He takes another drag of his cigarette before knitting his brows. What friend? Oh my goodness, we're so dense. Your Sunday friend, the witness.
No, I didn't. I don't think it came up.
You stopped playing it for months. Aw.
What did he look like? Muscular, handsome, he shrugs nonchalantly. Strong, like one of those military types. Was he alone? Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. What was he saying? Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Besides muscular, did he have any other identifying traits? Oh, let me think. He turns his eyes upward in recollection. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Orignese. He closes his eyes. No, not vaguely. Scratch that. He sounded definitely Orignese. Well, thanks for the information. He's so different. Sure, anything else on your mind? His lazy eyes stroll over your face. I need to change my clothes. Do I have anything for composure? I feel like I do, but I might already be wearing it. Oh, composure shoes. Shoes of composure. Alright, this'll have to do. Hi again, gendarme. 70%. We're very unlikely to do this. Come on, sixes. Nope. Definitely not. It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here. Okay. I don't think that's true. Right, who the heck are you?
I really owe you one for getting us out of those reeds, officer. Finally got all that soot out of my hair. Name's Gary.
This and this do not look like the same guy.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
He turns towards Kim. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man? Might this be the owner of that mug you found in the trash? This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first. Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
This man respects authority too much to see you for what you are. Pretend thou art a sober man! I don't like that the only option I have to... Well, Nobody's perfect. Have you never been tempted to drink?
Oh, I've been tempted, but someone has to stay strong for river call.
Oh my goodness, his pronunciation. He nods gravely. His gaze shifts to the floor tiles. Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is. You were surprised to see my colleague Kitsuragi. Not many Solites here, or anywhere other than Seoul. I meant no offense, truly. Do you remember how when we met Measurehead and I said the next races would be a really good one? Yes. Well, he gestures towards Gary as though he were presenting a work of art. This is that racist. Yes, our lucky racist! Hey, man. Oh, wait. Hey, man. He blushes. Oh, man, I've lost his accent. No! Oh, gosh. I can't do that accent. All I meant was that there's not many Solites around here. Just stating a fact. Yes, what are they doing in that soul of theirs? Scheming? The lieutenant looks up at you almost sadly. Oh, no. Sorry, Kim. I'm sorry I've disappointed Kim. Nothing like that. Definitely not scheming. He fashes an impenetrable smile. Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here, if you can remember it. Return without the lieutenant for this? Your balance organ thinks it's a waste of time. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags? Oh, so that's what the Elysium in Zimbabwe is about. Great. He nods in sincere approval. Why are the accents gone? I don't remember what it is! It's great to hear someone's finally taking care of that. So you do know something about it? No. He shakes his head emphatically, then corrects his tie. Nothing. He was some kind of... what is his accent? It's like English, but like Cockney, and I can't do that one. It was some kind of mercenary, but everyone here knows that. Ugh, this is the worst. I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're looking into it, that's all. The NPC forgot to put their accent on. I guess so, gummy bread. He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here. Is this your mug? Hold up the yellow man mug. My mug? Why would you think that? It seemed as if you were calling to it longingly when you cried Yellow Man. Oh, no, that's not... Why would I be calling to a broken mug? Still seems suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of a lynching? Okay. I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I knew I shouldn't have. I'm very sorry, officer. He pauses. Oh. Yes, I'm gonna fine him! Give me money! I mean, technically he wasn't littering because he threw it in the trash. But he broke into a trash container and he wasn't supposed to, and I need money! He accepts the slip of copy paper with a bow. Okay, I deserve that. I won't do it again, you have my word. I don't know what got into me, stuffing my garbage into another man's property. I've been having trouble at work lately. The Kojikos are price dumping us out of the competition. What did you do, Gary? Nothing. I'm just answering some questions, helping out the law. Throwing things away properly in the trash is advanced littering. Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info. How did you get into the trash container? I know a guy who works with the Trash Collection Services, CS Municipal. He gave me the master's key for the trash containers of Martinez. Whoa, he's gotten so posh all of a sudden. I'm so sorry. Why would you need to get into everyone's trash? So I can use the Roland's trash compactor to store my own stuff, he says, bowing shamefully like a fallen knight. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell, and the damn Imians run it like a mob. Oh no, you're having stream latency. Huh. I haven't changed anything about it. You could try refreshing and see if that fixes it. Maybe you're just impatient. Do you have anything installed where you can see the latency beneath the stream? Because yeah, sometimes something will happen like with my own internet connection, which will push the latency up, and then I refresh it and it's fine. So you could try that. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself. Just take my stopwatch. Disgraced? The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and looks up. 7 seconds. That's not terrible. It's kind of high though. Normally it should be a lot more instant than that, I think. You could try refreshing and see if that fixes it. I don't know. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and looks up. No need for the histrionics, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container. Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into the trash container? Officer, please! He raises both hands. Let me explain. It's not like that. Do. I keep changing his voice. I can't figure it out. I literally can't. Like, my brain cannot process how he talks. Alright, so if he was British, he'd be like, I was only, but that's posh, so how do I turn that Cockney? I was only cleaning up. Lived right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped and naked, all the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling people and animals, you know? There's no accent like the space bird accent. What does that mean? Yes, what happened? I don't know what the space bird accent is. Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them in the woman's trash, along with the broken mug, admittedly. He changes his mind mid-sentence. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug in there and the clothes too. Right, it was just civic duty, the lieutenant remarks drolly. Exactly, that's exactly what it was, civic duty. I've lost it again. Tink. As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clinks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across the hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where? You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you? Armor? No. He changes his mind. I mean, yes, of course. I know he was wearing armor. I just don't know anything about it. An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing. What's that strange sound? Oh, what sound? That clinking I heard when you just moved. Really? He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless. There's lots of weird sounds in a bar like this. Pinball, glasses clinking. Could be someone playing pinball. Maybe it was pinball? Let's move on for now. I hope I could help your investigation in my small way. He's visibly relieved it's over. Oh man, I need more composure. Does this mean you were in his apartment admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him. So Gary, you live nearby in an apartment in Martinez? Point in its direction. Should do, officer. His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going. Mr. Clare must be very angry with you. The color drains from his face. Mr. Everett. Yes, he insisted that I open the door to your apartment. So, you work for Everett Clare. He realizes what's going on and changes his tone. Officer, please tell him we're good. No. Tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll set the muscle after me. The man looks around, whispering. Make sure no one else can overhear you talk. Bet a shoe it's not what he claims it is. Yeah, I don't know what it was, but he don't like you. Oh, I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night, but some theory stupid. I should have run my mouth like that. He looks around nervously. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can. This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together. The weather vane is turned, the lieutenant remarks with a smirk. He cannot be unturned. He clearly liked his squirming. He may even change his mind about the whole door opening operation. Alright, we're gonna go with this. Is this your mug? Why would you... Well, you look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this home in his colonial mug collection. How do you meet? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met. He's trying to avoid lying to you outright in case you really have been to his apartment. Okay. Ooh, can I find you again? Alright, let's move on. Okay. Let's put on our composure shoes again.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion. I mean, officers.
Alright. Come on. Failed. Oh no, some of these options. This accent can't be real. Oh, I'm sure it's not. Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads? Sounded like beads, but what kind of beads might make a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes? Oh no. Are those prayer beads I keep hearing? I don't pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness, not for proper Reviculian men such as ourselves. Okay. Thanks for your cooperation. How is our composure? We have a lot of points. We could put something into composure. Alright. Let's save it here. Still have a lot to do.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers.
I still failed! Okay, he keeps shifting uncomfortably. You can't make heads or tails with the sound, and honestly, it's rude to stare, so stop. Alright, well, let's talk to you real quick. See if we can figure out what's your deal. He's so different. Failed, okay. Do we want to keep putting points into composure? We could put another point into composure. Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's all about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels. So there's a lack of magnesium in me? Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream. So I need to mag it sideways. Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form? Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to ascend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system. Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine. Nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excess of coffee. You should stop drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gastrointestinal system. Judging from his portrait, more like 5 heart attacks. Poor guy. Alright, come on. Ah, dang it!
Always a pleasure. I mean, officers.
Did it. Jeez. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons barely keeping the thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. Something worn underneath it. Yes. Like a piece of ceramic armor, for example, one that makes a clinking sound when the plates meet each other. Resembling pearls or marble stolen from a corpse in the yard near where he lives. I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear. He freezes, then sighs heavily. I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. He unbuttons the shirt. You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso. I was ashamed of what I did, and I didn't want you to know. We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. The shame is surprisingly sincere. Gary, what's going on? I took the hangman's cuirass. I didn't mean to. God damn it, Gary. I know. Shame on you. Give the cuirass to the officer at once. The woman looks at you, her eyes soft and pleading. Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation, officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt, but he always helped us, given us a place to stay, and he's followed Moral into God knows what jungles. He's a loyal friend. Give me the armor now. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it's in your hands, smelling of his sweat. But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash? Everyone was picking those pieces off of him, and I was just watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard, and everything was smelling. He looks at his feet. So I went there to take out my trash and started cleaning up all those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and he swallows. I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They'll say he isn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off of him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... His lips start quivering. Fuck. We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone. It's okay. The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. It was a loose end, and you're tying it up now. I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man, he says silently. Well, he doesn't say it silently, because he's actually saying it. Whatever. Select officers command the suzerain's navy. Muslim sided when the king went... He shakes his head. They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions. Do you know who killed the hanged man? I always thought it was the Union, but... Sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know. I won't be running my mouth on the subject anymore. This is all he knows. And why did you lie to me, Gary? Oh, we know why, but let's make him admit it. Because I was weak, he says, staring at nothing in particular. Should have told you the moment I saw you, but... He's a scaredy cat. The woman looks at Gary, her eyes motherly. Are we done here, Gary? Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word. Alright, well thanks, bye. Let's look at this cuirass. Ooh, volition and pain threshold. Okay, so we have that. It's our first piece of armor. We did it. Also, I feel like I wanted to convince the painter girl to give me her brush. I think that was the thing I wanted to do. Okay, that's over here, right? Why is the felled mural not coming up at all? The cargo container isn't either, but that's over here somewhere. We have a composure thing for him we could try again. I don't care about Measurehead. Sleeping dock worker. Map wall. That was in the... Oh, that was stealing the map. Okay. Barred door. We can't do that because we need a new tool. Church doors. Okay. So let's see what these people are doing here. Hi.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Oh, goodness. Says the young man with piss bleep written on his back.
If I were a real skull right now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan, fuck the world.
Snazzy shit ripped skull mobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads, scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
He agrees.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
He turns to his companion. Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Okay then. Let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs. Who are the skulls? You don't know? What kind of cop are you? It's not a question. Don't get into it. No, I really don't. The Skulls are the most vicious gang of Besmertnier? Besmertnier. We'll go with that. His voice rings with excitement. Besmertnier, or the Besmerti, the Immortals, are the West Revacholian crime syndicate. The nastiest bunch of psychos ever, jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases. Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi. They usually occupy the Bunta Quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles. Oh, I can't wait to become a skull! Bottom lights are wretched and aggressive. Do you know anything about the murder that took place here? Point to the yard. Murder? Never mind, that's useless. He throws a longing glance at the kinema. You guys know Cindy the Skull? The young man's eyes glaze over as he marks in a voice filled with longing. Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull. Yeah, the other guy lights up too. A true artist of the future, just like Arno van Eyck. By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards, he adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting. For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient towards them. Well, I don't really care. Enough about this scullery then. Mm-hmm. What's with the jackets? What about them? I don't really want to talk about that. Bye. Inside you see a set of steering levers, blah 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 blah. Radio. This is Precinct 57. The operator greets you through the static. How may I assist you? Did you find more about the owner of the armored boots? Yes, it took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready? The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand. Shoot. That suit of armor was issued to an Orange's citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That is Elliskortenaer. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on the 28th of February 09. Neonatal Care Unit? He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. Oh, jeez. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived the bear and Lily, and he was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered into the Aegis brand? I don't know how to pronounce that. Military Academy in Frankfurt at 17. Then served as the Orange's forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the ceremony's conflict. That is a sultry accent, no? A little bit. Then the armor followed him to Semenin, or at least I assume it did, and that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel or any other other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol. So all we have to connect him to Crenel is the armor. Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. He leans closer and shouts, "Thank you, Alice. Great work." "No problem, Lieutenant." She sounds pleased. A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad. Any information on his foster parents? "Mon officer, sorry." Wait, and he was found in a leaf compactor? Is he gotten to used to press leaves into these cubes? It's a detail the hospital had. It's the only detail in the file, so I thought it would be good for you to know. It is. Thank you, Alice. Well, we have his name and his service record now. A name. This is very good. Ellis Cortenaer, he says to himself. Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving names back to anonymous victims. I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions? Not for now, because we have to wait till 10 o'clock. The library isn't open until 10. What else can we do here? What are my tasks? Dead body, I have to call the library. I need a paintbrush, I need to find the armored gloves. Looking for Ruby on the coast. We get to talk to the ravers, I guess. That might kill an hour. Oh, also, little girl. Are we running around with a crowbar? Yes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hello, mister. The net picker's daughter waves at you. I heard there was a girl who has armor gloves. Is that you?
Ooh, she looks alarmed. I had gloves, very big ones, heavy too.
Where did you get these gloves?
I found them when Lammy and I were playing hide and seek in an empty house where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them. And where are the gloves now?
She pouts. I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into one of its remaining eyes, as though searching for confirmation.
Have a good night, Divine, and thank you so much for hanging out.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business. He enunciates the last two words carefully.
Ooh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important part.
They're in my sandcastle. She points somewhere outside. Behind our house, under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
The girl's large, curious eyes remain fixed on you. She's so cute. The weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse, and present to you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets. Alright, we'll see you in a bit, Kulan. Congratulations, that's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front. I wonder what we're missing, aside from boots. Find one armor piece. I have. This should be complete. We can't get the hanged man's boots. That is impossible. Track down your badge. Oh, haven't I found my badge? It's right here. Oh, maybe I have to do this. Okay. The police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back. I found my badge. Nice. At least something good came out of all of this. The lieutenant glances at your badge in your hands. Study it. Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of a street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. How old? 8, maybe 10 years? The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lasting and massive sideburns. As are we! What do you think? His face is already oh, and he's winking. Why? Why do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information and shining watermarks. Name Harrier Dubois. Harrier? That is long for Harry. So you are Harry, he thinks. Everett was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told them you're Harry Dubois didn't. What kind of name is Harrier? It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide. A name like armor. Harrier Dubois it is then. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois. He's not gonna call you Harrier. He's gonna keep calling you Officer or when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. A badass name. Yeah, we have a badass name. Rank Lieutenant 2 JFR? Lieutenant Double Yefretor. What is a Lieutenant Double Yefretor? The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. Is the highest rank the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. And double your freighter? The title of your freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain, the lieutenant explains. You have declined twice. Thus, you're double your freighter. Declined? There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers don't want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes, he continues, they just prefer the type of police work available to the current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Heavy-duty case-solving machine. What is a décomptage? Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revolutionary Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. Am I doing ASMR? Not intentionally. The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are patrol officers and sergeants, lieutenants, and captains. That's basically it, except for a few kinks. What kinks? Kinks like satellite officers and the additional Yefredo rank I already explained. The long and short of it is, you're his superior. Wait, satellite officers? You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. So you've been putting up with me because we're of the same rank? No. I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you're doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. He smiles encouragingly. Aw, Kim! And now we've even found your badge. He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it. Alright. Aw. My heart. I love Kim so much. He's like the best partner. I know. He's so nice and encouraging and we don't deserve him. Because we're the worst. Alright, we got a serial number. That is just a serial number. Revision Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in for good measure. The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory. Alright, so it was issued the 7th of November, 50. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Double Yefretor. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. Alright, we have Precinct 41. Yes, that is the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial labor. Lots of asphalt. The 41st is... He stops. What? It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. The district should have had 3 precincts, but the money isn't what it is. It's no wonder you are like you are then, he thinks. But then again, a faint smile. It's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. When I play this game, I'll definitely not do the accents in my head. Roberts, Forbach, Demetri. Suddenly names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. Thinking of buying it, but it's a bit pricey still. Yeah, I got it during the winter sale because it was on sale. And they had the thing where if you get enough points, you get like I think it was like $5 off. So I was like, well, it's basically $5 less. It's interesting though. And just the amount of like depth and replayability I feel like it's gonna have. I feel like that makes it interesting. But yeah, it's definitely pricey. I don't buy a lot of games when they first come out, but this one I had to get. Alright, let's put the badge away. Okay. So that's just letting us know some things are done. Man, a lot of our tasks are done. We've been doing, like, look at all these things we've done. Okay, so we talked to the girl. We did find one armor piece. Maybe we have to talk to, what's his face? Oh, look, now we're a W. Freder here. Harrier Dubois. Okay. Let's go talk to those... Didn't I already talk to them? I think I already talked to them. And then I went in here, so maybe I need to talk to them again. Okay. Took me a minute, but now I'm remembering where I left off. It's been so long!
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He looks excited. The tips of his hair are sharp and white. The bleach has consumed almost all of the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. What's the deal with Egghead? I want to talk to him. He's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music. And by being a master of ceremonies. How do you communicate with him? Well, he shrugs. He's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Have you ever really talked to him? Yeah, sometimes when I, like, stumble and find my way into his center, you have to ear through a lot of hardcore to the mega first, though. The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle. Alright, about the church. I checked it out. And he tenses up. What happened? I talked to the crab man. Oh, Matt! Who is he? What did you think? Seemed okay, to be honest. Very spiritual. Really? Ah, interesting. What's he doing in the church? Just preaching and praying from the looks of it. I don't remember his voice. I think it was really low, though. Alright, we'll see you in a bit, HT. No matter. The paranoid young man mumbles gruffly. Is he gonna be a problem? Oh my goodness, that voice hurt my throat. Maybe we'll try something else for him. Yeah, Deutsch is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him? These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do. Actually, he told me he wouldn't mind the nightclub at all. I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major entrance to you? He rubs his jaw. A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have a nice, friendly hyper time? Don't worry, I don't think he really gives a damn about you or anyone else. I guess it's not a massive problem now that I think of it. Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah! Wait, he's supposed to be, I think, German accent. I can't do one though, so it's fine. Maybe, I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other speaker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared. Programmer? That's odd. What's she like? Did you ask about the nightclub? She said you guys haven't been completely honest with me about your plans. Come on, man. Who will you trust, a spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place. Feel the love! Get down and feel it! The stuffy tent muffles the last two words. The command fails to impress. A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying. Love? No, I'm not really feeling it at all. You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Did you order 9? Rockin' or dropping it? She did not like the anodic dance club idea. What a pity. That's my favorite thing in the world. He drops a hammer back into the toolbox, and she doesn't like it at all. A shame, he sighs. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam and into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance! She's made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished. And you can't just evict her. No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution. Look at you, Autumn, man. No, Noid, he's right. Maybe we've just approached this the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her. We only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist, coexist. At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's odd, he'll understand. Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower, and the programmer. Does she like anodic dance music? No, she doesn't. She truly despises it. I've told you this already. Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it. No worries. We'll figure it out. The man nods enthusiastically, then leans in and whispers, if coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's okay with you, what do you think? I'm not gonna throw her out, but I can try to convince her. He smiles wide like a replica of his friend with the large head. Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Alright, bye. While we're here, let's talk to Egghead. The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
Say nothing.
All core. All right. Yeah.
Say nothing. He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore. Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feverish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had just asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question? Back to the hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the internally all core! All right! The question is, what is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Oh, this guy.
True! Hardcore! Hardcore internally all core! All right! Hard! Is it though?
He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. It is!
What is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl. The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
He frowns and then starts bobbing his head back and forth once more. The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There's a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, right near the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is it could be more so. Are you a thought reader? No nation, but trans nation. No war, but class war. So you're not a thought reader, you're a communist? He's not a communist. That's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey in the Elysium. She was a communist, though. Yeah, with a rebel yell. I don't care. Goodbye. I don't know. I don't understand. We had a strange conversation with Egghead. Alright, let's see if talking to What's Her Chops will help us. But I'm pretty sure the more quests we do in this area, the further along we'll get.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from the keyboard. What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre. He wants to make it work. I don't want to make anything work, she replies, her expression unchanged. Hold on, you don't want to make anything work? Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work. Alright, got your message. Good. She gets back to work. Hold on. Let's put on our suggestion clothes. Our suggestive clothes. If we have any. We may not have any. Ooh, that's right. We got the coat. Ooh, +2 interfacing. That's like gardening gloves, but better. So now we can wear 2 pieces of armor. We're missing the boots. And I forget what the other piece is. Are there only 4 pieces? Or are there only 3 pieces? Because we're missing... We have gloves. We have the cuirass. I don't know what's missing. I don't remember. I know we'll never get the boots, which is sad. As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. Decked out in future armor like a cop ought to be. Oh, that we have to put it on. Okay. The hard and vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that, even partial invulnerability. This is the long sought after enemy technology. I can't just enjoy it, I must study it. Or could sell it to other cops. I do like money, but also this. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design. Do I have any thought things? I think I do. Magnesium-based life form.
Yes, what is it?
Ooh, 92%. Come on. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out. Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something? What? She looks up from her work, disoriented. No, I really don't think I need any help with the project. But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to a boom boom anymore. Just think about it. She thinks about it, a glassy look in her eyes. The gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair. All right, she says finally, blinking twice. Bring me the game's off-site copy from my old workspace if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. Where's your old workspace? Yay! I'm glad, HD. Welcome back. On Rue de Saint-Ghislain in the East Delta Commerce Center. She wipes some hair off of her face and sighs. You might be familiar with the name Doomed Commercial Area. You can get in through the bookshop on the plaza. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Oh, actually I've already been inside the Doomed Commercial Area. Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it. And where exactly is this off-site copy? In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you it has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to miss. I just need to get the off-site coffee from the ice bear. I found a note from the ice bear fridge. It said the off-site copy had been moved to a safer place. She freezes. Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? It said the off-site copy had been taken to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named Sulislaw. Zawisa. Of course. She relaxes. Our project lead is Sulislaw Zawisa. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. And feature creep, she mutters. And the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The off-site copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. The data loss was anomalous. She crosses her arms defiantly. The heads. I won't even go into the heads. Millions of them. She stops. Go find that copy from the ice cream maker, will you? Thanks. Valley of 1,000 Heads? You like the sound of that. Okay, but I found the ice cream maker, but I couldn't get it open. It's completely frozen. This is getting ridiculous. Can you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about like ice cream maker. Just figure something out. There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing she still holds dear. Why can't you go and get the filament yourself? The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means. Why does she think you're part of the curse? Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen the radio computer. She thinks they emit elemental evil. Yeah, people in Martinez don't really like to get with the times. She literally started praying for higher powers when she first saw my REM Civic. I am not making this up. The lieutenant coughs like he's amused. Once I came in one morning only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. Looked like some 70s magic. What is an offset copy and why do you need it? It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like inside of this radio computer. She points to the glowing cube inside the machine. She's making it extra simple for you. The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament. Hold on, if it's called an off-site copy, why is it still on-site? Oh god, not these again. She takes a deep breath before letting it all out. It's not on-site, it is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all. Basement sounds like it's still technically on-site. And no, taking it outside of the building wouldn't have protected it from data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear? She stares at you with pleading, furious eyes. This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times. Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry! Hello, Artie! I didn't realize that there was like such a... I guess such an audio difference between mine and Crystal's streams. But hello. I'm doing alright. I'm doing a bunch of dumb voices while we play a detective-y game. How are you doing, Artie? Welcome. Hello. By the way, we put a dead body in the fridge. Wait, what? She looks up alarmed. Whose dead body? Your PC was just silent for ages and you were concentrating. Oh, okay. I'm interested. It's a really interesting game. You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge, the lieutenant says, looking at you. Are you sure? Whose dead body is it? She demands again, staring first at you, then back at the lieutenant. Don't worry, I put it in there temporarily. It's all part of an official police investigation. You put it in there. She leans back, massaging her eyelids. You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge. Yeah, that's what I said in the first place. Love the arc in this game. Me too. It's real good. Okay, she says, pressing the fingers to her eyebrow ridge. Very cool. Thank you for keeping me in the loop. We would appreciate if you kept this knowledge to yourself, miss. Who would I tell? My mother? She shakes her frizzy head. I don't have anyone to tell, and if I did, I wouldn't. I don't care. Alright, I'll go look for that offsite coffee. Thanks. She thinks for a moment, then reaches behind her radio computer and hands to you what looks like an oversized pry bar. That's the special tool we need. And here is my Cavalson multi-tool. You might need to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you give me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Cavalsund. Ooh. It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Cavalsund. Alright. Oh, the legendary Cavalsund multi-tool. This is a pry bar version 2.0 for professionals like you. Alright, bye. So, the cool thing about this game... Look at all this. These are all different skills in the game, and they talk to you. And when you level up, you can put points into them. The caps are based on your stats here. So for example, since we only have 2 physique, that puts our cap on endurance at 2, physical instrument 2, electrochemistry 2. I know, right? And so because we're a smart cop, we mostly deal with rhetoric and drama and visual calculus and logic. But if we were a strong cop, then our physical instrument would talk to us. You've never seen this game, just heard the name bandied about. It's really good. It's different. It's basically when you like think through stuff or whatever, the different aspects of your brain or your body or whatever, which are represented by all of these things, have like a conversation with you. And it's based on your number in it and whether or not you pass certain checks. So,
Yes, what is it?
let's see. If we talk about this again, let's see. Hold on. There we go. See, so like here, she says something, and then because we've passed a perception check, our perception tells us something. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, now here, because we passed a logic check, our logic tells us how to answer this question, basically. And that wouldn't be there if we didn't have enough logic for it. It's really good. I love it. I highly recommend it. And because of the way that these different parts of your body / personality / brain are talking to you, it gives it some replayability, because it means that you're gonna, if you play a different kind of cop and you have skills in something else, like if I play this as a physical cop who's good at punching or whatever, I'm not going to be solving puzzles and investigations with my logic. I'm going to be solving it with my punches. My physical body. So it's just really interesting. Okay, so we need to go back to the other side of the street. I'm gonna see. I don't have a very good body because I'm a brain cop, but I'm gonna see if we can open the ice cream maker since we've been leaving it to defrost. You're saying violence is a solution? I'm saying violence is a solution. But it's generally not our solution because we're a brain cop. I will say the other thing though is that there are like some real heavy themes in this game, especially related to like addiction and suicide, so keep that in mind. Oh dang. Okay. So let's put that in our hand. Oh my goodness, look at this thing. That's like a giant can opener. That's a beast. What kind of check is this gonna be? It's a physical instrument check. Okay. Do you have anything else that helps me with physical instrument? Because I am not a strong body cop. Nope. Alright, just the one. Oh, but wait, hold up. It still says -1. Why? Oh, the scarf. Get out of here. Looks like you have some that give you debuffs. Yes. Hello, and Durio from Narsil. Alright. We got like a 50-50 chance. Come on. Yeah! Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kvalson multi-tool until the lid cracks open.
Let's see how to pronounce that. He attacks the speech say Enduro from Nerzul.
I was close! Hey Uni, thank you so much for the 16 months! Hello and welcome. How you doing? Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep. A filament memory with the words offsite copy written on the side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare at the almost empty ice cream maker. Take the filament memory. How's things going, Uni? I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it. We shall take it back to Miss Lucana and Killed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures. Sub-goal reached. Yeah, we reached it last stream, right? It's a monthly sub goal, so it'll reset next month. Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs, but I don't have the password. I would like to know, but I don't have the password for it. I wonder what we're going to use the multi-tool for. Like, I wonder what the point of her letting us keep this is. It feels like it's going to be useful for other things. Maybe? Got back from the grocery store with pizza and beer. Importance not in order. Well, still, that sounds pretty legit. Pizza and beer sounds okay. Gotta set your priorities straight. Okay, church is right here. Let's give her the filament. Am I carrying a bag of bananas? No. It is a plastic bag that we put plastic and glass bottles in, and we sell them for money because we're broke. Well, we were broke. Then we made a bunch of money collecting loose change and selling bottles. She doesn't look up from the keyboard. About the offsite copy you asked me to bring. Yes, I brought you the filament. Thanks. She takes the filament, inspecting the metallic tape on its side. Looks like this is the one. What's going to happen now? Now I'm going to print out to see what's left of it. She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer core, ready to close the door. Same life, basically. Imagining it as an Aldi bag full of melty chocolate bars. Someday. What are you even hoping to find? I have a theory, she says, as the filament clicks into place. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch, she says, and presses print on the machine's keyboard. What an intricate display of failure. The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that. Something's very wrong with that filament memory. Suna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something for her morning star, eyes scouring the millimeters. Here, she says suddenly, raising her ink-stained fingertip. I found it. Where? Lean closer. Hold on. She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Just give me a second, she murmurs. I'm almost... She clocks up her typing speed. The lieutenant leans closer to whisper, I've never witnessed the programmer work before. Done! Suna jumps up from the keyboard like a spring. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. There's a joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. Oh my god, congratulations! Thank you! She yells back with a grin. So, where is it? Where's your 2mm hole in the world? There. She points at the other end of the church where the group of water bowls forms a ritualistic arch. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? She tilts her head, eyes sparkling. Yes! We're doing science! Absolutely! I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations. What an interesting proposition. Truly a test for the intellectuals, solving a puzzle of water bowls. Right, I'll go figure it out. I'm good at intellectual puzzles. Figure it out? She shakes her head, grinning. No, I don't need you to figure anything out. I've got a computer for that. She pats the mainframe. Just walk over to this circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. They should do the trick. What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating in this task. A child could do it. Yes, but you like moving things around. Moving things around is calming. Yeah, okay. Thanks, she smiles. Alright, let's do it. So, which one is which? Could these wires work at contact microphones? Where do we start numbering is the question. It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around each of the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. Oh boy, this is gonna be good. Move the third bowl from the left 2 centimeters away. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. This is a task, and that is an insult to your mental skills. Move the fourth bowl from the left 5 centimeters to the right. Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe you walk. It is a sacred place after all. Now we running.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from the keyboard. I have moved the bowls. It was mind-numbingly easy. What's next? Great. Everything should be aligned now. She stops, biting into her chapped lip. Miss Know-It-All is hesitating. What's wrong? Yeah. She snaps out of the lull. Nothing. The only thing left is to do is unmute the headphones. You've got the location right? Then we should be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Wait, why did you even have your headphones on mute in the first place? Honestly? She's avoiding your gaze. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Isn't it going to just be silence and nothing else? I don't know. She stares at the heart of her computer. That is what I am scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin. What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is? She grows silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. What? I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something terrifying. Maybe it's going to tear the world apart. Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning. You're right, we should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here. You're feeling too warm? I'm sorry, Sock, but hello. Maybe. She rubs her face. Maybe I'm just tired. Let's think about this logically. What would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing? Why assume that something that has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying? Your blanket top pile's too mighty, it might be. Because it reminds us of death, and we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary. It is scary, but we just have to face it. Yeah, she breathes in. You're right. Let's do it. She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press the unmute on her keyboard. The lieutenant takes a step back. And then nothing. Nothing happens as Suna, Lucana killed, presses the unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed, her brows knitted together in the state of deep focus, one hand cupping the headphone. Well? Damn it. She lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Well, at least the world still seems to be alright. Yeah, she says, disappointed. Nothing happened. Let's move on. Despite her fear, she was hoping something extraordinary to take place. What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow? No. She rests her face in her hands, massaging the forehead. No, my hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this... She raises her head, staring at all the machines that litter the church, cables coiling up to the floor like pests. This is just another failure. Silence surrounds like silence, that is all it is. You can try on the headphones, see if you can hear anything, but don't get your hopes up. Okay, hold on. I have perception clothes to put on. Where are my boots? Alright, perception boots. Do you have anything else for perception? I feel like I don't. Oh, -1, okay. No, I don't. Okay. Did I come back at a weird chat time? Hey, Kulan! I don't know.
Yes, what is it?
Come on! Sixes! Yes! Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes. What does it mean? It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it? Suna, take off the headphones. What if we just need a better sound system? A better sound system, she repeats. Alright, but where will we get one? Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor. They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place, murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques. No, what they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing the neighborhood peace. Yeah, but they could help with the speakers. You mean the speed freaks? She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary. Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me? I mean, they would if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you. Ugh. I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. Brilliant negotiating there, detective, as always. Great, I'll go talk to them. Sure, let me know how it goes. She lingers for a moment before adding, thanks, officer. Right, bye. We're so good at this. Have you had one fail with the dice today? Oh, I've had a couple, yeah.
Hi again. So, how things going?
Alright. I want to talk about the church again. Must have missed the tales. It was when we were in the Whirling in Rags. When we were talking to the guy whose accent I couldn't figure out. And then also, the balcony smoker guy. She has a Finnish accent, but you're doing a Russian one, very offensive. I can't do her accent, so I gave her a different one. Hi, Koilu. Good news! I managed to convince Suna. She's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project. The speed freak smiles, happier than he's ever been before. We're grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music. You're gonna have to share space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research finished. That's fine. We can manage. He grins excited. Glad I could help. We appreciate it. He grins. It's gonna take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple hours, maybe. Come check back later. Andre waves to the other speed freaks. Let's get moving. Leave the tent. And the tent is gone. Is what's her face still outside? No, she got to go inside too. Okay, that's nice. Alright, I'm gonna deal with them later. Because I have to go call the library. It has a hard mode? No, I did not hear that. What does the hard mode entail? Trying to remember. Where am I going again? Cop car. This is precinct 57. The operator greets you through the static. How may I assist you? Connect me to the Jamrock Public Library. Hold on, officer. Checks are harder. Fewer healing items and less money. You get a tiny bit more XP. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line and already introduced you to the librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1. Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. A male librarian answers the call. How can I help you, officer? He sounds worried and ready to assist. He definitely does. This is how people get when the police call. I'm looking for any information on Billy Mijan, a reader. Billy Mijan, you said. Give me a moment. I'll have to check our database. He puts down the receiver. On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves looking for a paperback. Yes, hello, are you still there? You can hear him fiddle with the printout. I found Billy Magin's home address. Is that all right? No phone number, unfortunately. They're too poor to have a phone line. Yeah, home address is fine. Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all. Do you have any other information on Billy Magin? It just says that they returned their last book a few days ago, but I wasn't at work at that day. You know someone who was? Mary? He covers the phone with his hand and yells out into the room behind him, Mary! Do you or I guess it's probably Marie. Marie! Do you remember a reader named Billy Magine? They returned a Thibault book the other day. You hear someone answer from afar. Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it was the police, she starts explaining something. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. The librarian is speaking into the phone again. She says that the book was that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Loose Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet. That car is freaking adorable. It is very cute. Good. You now have a name. Can Mary describe to me what the husband looked like? Marie, a moment passes. She said he was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he had a drink or two the last time she saw him. Ellsworth, thank you so much for following. Hello and welcome. Where to get cooling liquid for your car? An auto place? I would assume. What was he wearing? 1 second. The librarian turns away from the phone again and relays the question. Sorry, Marie really wasn't paying attention to that. Do you know the husband's name? Sorry, no, Marie only knows him by sight. A gas station? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really know, Germany too well. Thank you. That's all from me. I have no other questions. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer. The librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click. Anything else you need from me? Nope. 57th over and out. Her voice disappears into void. Alright, well, I think we need to go to the apartments. Hold on, didn't we have a composure check with him? Let me put on my composure shoes.
Vigilance, officer! What can this old carabinier do for you?
He has such an accent. Alright. Still, all you see is an old soldier refusing to replace his uniform with civilian attire. Alright. Well, we tried. Okay. So we're probably about to tell a lady that her husband is dead. So we might need empathy and composure. Alright, this'll do. Never heard that voice from USD.
Give me a moment.
The cleaning lady still seems to be having difficulty breathing. I'm looking for Billy Majan. Majan? Do you know where she lives? She narrows her pale gray eyes. It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Majans in apartment 20 upstairs. It's one of the doors on the balcony. Thanks. that you're able to sleep, Sock. Good luck to you. What kind of rat hole place is that? It's a rat hole. A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. A soupe à l'oignon? The lieutenant motions you to go ahead and knock. Oh gosh. Fine.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door. And someone turns down the radio. Is this Billy Magin's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please. Give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside. Tidying up nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
She unlocks the door. Alright, time to look at everything before we talk to her. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. Same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. Can't they afford curtains? Packages of humanitarian aid macaroni. Some leftovers kept warm on the stovetop. Smells like buckwheat and onions in here. A chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. A textbook for high school mathematics, trigonometry mostly. Clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the walls.
It's you, from the bookstand.
She just looks at you for a moment without knowing what to do.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Or tea, lemonade? We're out of coffee.
She looks around in the kitchen. The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. Condensation from stepping inside. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead? Thanks, but I'm alright. Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up from the station if that's what... She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face. Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news. Sorry, I'm rambling. She shakes her head and tries to laugh it off. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble, so how can I help you? Oh, goodness. How about some small talk before you break the news? No. We should just tell her. You've done this before, just keep your focus. Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Majan, was found dead on Martinez Boardwalk. She blinks. What did you say? Your husband, Victor Majan, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am. Oh. She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater. Oh, she says again. But he was just... She looks at the kitchen table. There were 2 cigarette butts still in the tray. But he was just here, alive. We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner, he points at you, are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am. She seems so sweet. I am sad for her. What happened to him? She turns to you. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. It was an accident. He fell through the hole in the boardwalk and hit his head. Was he drunk? Alcohol may have played a role, yes. I see. She withdraws, trying to picture the scene. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long has he been there? If you say 2 days, maybe it'll be etched in her mind forever. Oh no. It couldn't have been long. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hands start searching for something from her pockets of her dress. Here. Kim takes out his handkerchief and offers it to the woman. She nods and slowly wipes away her tears. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you? No. She breathes in. I just need to tell my girls. The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? No, a day. No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow. Good. That's probably the right thing, thank you. She nods, but with a wretched expression. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him? We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here is his number in case you want to contact him earlier. A very good call. He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you? No. I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... She rubs her face, runs her fingers over her cheeks that have become numb. Thank you. She looks down. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if... She runs out of breath. These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake. Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am. The lieutenant nods at the woman, then back at you, his voice lowered. We should step outside and talk. Set the library card by her and leave the room. It's so sad.
You did well.
The lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment. The balcony feels cool and quiet, with a stunning view over the district. I could have done more. You did enough. He pauses, rubbing his hands together to generate some heat. Can't save the whole world, you know? Can't bring the dead back. What now? I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. What about Billy and her kids? So manage. That's it? That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty has done. Right, this is closed then. He nods. Let's go. You look south. Over the crumbling balustrade. There, 1.2 kilometers away. A piece of broken stone cuts into the sky, a tomb. On it, a mural that used to say tomorrow is just a whisper away. You cannot really see the felled building from here, but somehow you feel like you should return to it. My French accent is definitely my strongest one. All the other ones are garbage, though. Okay. So I want to resolve whatever's going on with the Ravers. And then we'll see if we've... Actually, can I just run through here? Shortcut! Oh, wait, hold up. The spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air. It's not garbage if it's entertaining. Oh, garbage can be very entertaining.
I call some of the TV I watch garbage TV because it is garbage, but I still watch it anyway. Time for more running, Kim. We got this. Stanley makes a great French man. Thanks, Gummy Bread. I have no self-discipline, by the way. Is that why you're not sleeping?
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000!
He waves his hands in an unbelievably lame, non-hardcore manner.
Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
He looks at the imposing black box in the corner that's churning out the sound.
Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
Kim, what would you name the club? I wouldn't build a club and I wouldn't name it either. Perfect. An underground place with no name. That sounds like something Crabman would say. We're not doing anything with Crabman would say. Why not? Crabman has ideas to sell. Ideas from another level of consciousness. I don't care. I don't like the Crabman and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please. It's fine. I'll come up with a name. Disco Elysium. Yav! Andre stops touching his hair. But what is the name? Yes. Disco Elysium. I know, Kim is perfect. I love Kim. Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean, Elysium. But Disco Elysium? She looks unsure. Isn't it wacky? Disco's kinda gone, isn't it? Forgotten. The past is the future, but the future is dead! No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be. And short. And memorable. Oh, these voices. Need more to drink. Whew, okay. It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium. A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing it in violet blue. The wind brings in some snow from the broken gallery. It wraps you in its embrace, cold and luminous. You should return to the mural soon. To the one that said tomorrow is just a whisper away. Andre breaks into a frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat. What are you doing, Andre? I'm dancing! He informs yet another strange pattern of moves. But it doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it looks kind of lame. That softcore gyrating is supposed to be dancing? We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing. Yes, my man. He jumps up and down with glee, his moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the club lights. Disco Elysium roll credits. Yeah, basically. Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Oh no. We're gonna try. Nope. You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music to life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Hand it over that thing, your Disco Elysium. Wonder what they would have said if she had chosen a different name. I don't know. Well, apparently we healed morale we didn't need to heal, but that's fine. Puts a grin on your face just to think about it. Even a failed attempt just gets the juices flowing and repairs some of the damage done by battles lost. If you up the dose and truly dance, who knows what will happen. Alright, bye.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from her keyboard. How's the project going? I see that your neighbors have moved in, but all I hear is anodic dance music. What? She leans closer, eyes knitted together in a puzzled expression. What did you say? She can barely hear over the thumping bass of anodic dance music. I said, how's the project going? I can't hear you, she shouts, pointing to the enormous speaker that's churning out the sound. The music is too loud. Give up trying to communicate in a nightclub. She shrugs and turns back to her radio computer. All right, bye. Hey, cat! It is really good writing. I like it a lot. All right, let's put on our shiver stuff. I think we're out of tasks to do over here. Thank you so much for following, Kat. Let's double check. Help Suna with her project. Hold on. I apparently am supposed to be screaming at her. Hold on. This beat is sick as well. It's anodic dance music, apparently. And soon, well, I say soon, maybe someday we'll be able to dance to it. All right, let's scream at her.
Yes, what is it?
Project, how is it going? Oh, the project! Her face lights up for a second before she gives you an exaggerated head shake. It's not going well. Why? Apparently, she's screaming, or not screaming anymore. I was wondering if you were just going to leave the quest there. I thought maybe it was done. There's a guy, she points at Egghead, who's raving behind his turntables on a brightly lit stage. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. Why don't you ask him? He doesn't listen to me. He only seems to care about the hardcore in Yokokata, a place to be apparently. I'll speak to him, see what I can do. Thanks, maybe you can get through his magic rhymes. She does jazz hands to mock him. Let me know how it goes. Yep. I got this.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Large speakers are set up behind the young man, blasting a familiar song. Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, tangled in its branches, something bronzed flutters in the wind. Is that the key? We already found the key. The crab man, he, they call him the crab man because he climbs up in the rafters, I guess? Like a crab? He's not an actual crab, but he is strange. Unless he is actually part crab. He could be. I don't know, this game's weird. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air in front of him. An audio mixer, one reel spinning. It's not at all what I was expecting. This game is weirder than I thought it was, honestly. It's a lot more, like, supernatural and surreal than I expected. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it. Egg, can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers? To the mega! Yeah! He gets serious. I can route through auxiliary. What kind of cable to choose? 3.5, 4.5, 3.5. No doubt about it. It's on the ground. Oh. Choose 3.5. An uncomfortable pause follows. Yeah, the auxiliary line is in 4.4 millimeter. The two don't mix. Oh no. The lieutenant closes his eyes. We're gonna be in this church forever. Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here. He searches for the cable on the ground and picks it up, looking at the jack. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good people. With a grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line in. You hear a satisfying click. Oh, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality. Great. Someone got through to him. Okay. Let's get all set up. Can we turn the music off, please? Egg. The music. Everybody! Don't panic. I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. The young man shouts as he clicks a switch on the mixer for a special scheduled event. The Arno will be back! We're doing something else for one moment! He turns to you. Alright, go tell her Egghead is ready to rave her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music. Alright.
Yes, what is it?
I talked to Egghead, he plugged in your cable. You can now unmute your speakers. Okay, but she seems hesitant, her eyes still fixed on Egghead. Think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit just in case? Maximum! Shouts Egghead, a great smile still adorning his face larger than a red dwarf star. Maximum is the only way! I know it is, but could you just please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time. Maximum is not the only way, okay? Pump it up to the brick! Pump it up to Hardmaster! There's no other way! Glue style! Glue style? Okay, there is literally no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum. See, she turns to face you, ready to give up. He pumps it up to the Hardmaster. It's hopeless. I think what Egghead is trying to say here is that the volume button is stuck on maximum. Of course it is. She shrugs, consigned to her fate. Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound! Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready? She looks around in the church. Egghead pumps his hand up on the air, waiting for the beat to drop. Born ready, says Andre. Ready, yells Noid. Finally, Estelle turns to face you and Kim. I'm ready if you two are, detectives. The lieutenant nods stoically. Okay, ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute. Disengaged. She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room. No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. Oh gosh. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people, nothing will remain. How can he speak? There's no sound. Guys, what's going on? There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle like crystal clattering in the cupboard fills the air, joining the chorus. This fragile world is about to break. It's getting louder, says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circle of water basins. In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling. Hosianna! Mother of Mega! You hear Egghead yell. And something else, but his voice is growing faint. In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation. He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on. It was in me at first. The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary! No, Egg, it's the window! The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. Almost looks like she's alive. Oh, there is something there. You can kind of see like a weird light. In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route. The window is going to come down! No, the roof! She looks up. A screech fills the air. A scream of wood and nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you. Why don't you just mute the speakers? Cracks appear in the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark. Come down to us, love! It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh. That's it. I'm muting it. She reaches for the keyboard. Yeah, we should stop. Soon mute it. Shit, it doesn't stop! Oh, well that's not good. The woman is furiously pressing down on her keyboard. The sound doesn't stop. So, have you... Yes, I've turned it off, she yells, holding the contact mic in her hand. Andre, pull the compressor! The place is going to come down! Fuck! Andre frantically smashes buttons. I can't shut it up! The signal's passed! It's not in here! It's the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down. Egghead, it's in the desk! And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a tangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector. Egg. I pulled the plug. Oh, calmly. He says calmly. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Andre breathes a sigh of relief and inspects the window. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that. He went a little bit Irish. Sorry about that. 4 years, the woman whispers. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time. This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Her lip trembles. So this law isn't going to believe this. No one else thought to do that? What, pull the plug? I mean... I feel like not everybody wanted to. He wanted it to be hardcore, but then it got too hardcore, so he pulled the plug. Yeah. What did you record it, though? It was dope. I think we can use it. Yes, Andre. She composes herself, wipes the dust off of her sweater, and rests her hands on the keyboard. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you two, and you, officer. She turns to you. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. It's a start. Kim, did you hear that? It was very hard not to. I think you're right. He turns to the woman. There is something going on here, and you need to be very careful with it. I promise, officer. I will not play it again. But what was it? I've never heard anything like that. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, she shakes her head. I have no idea. I've never ever heard of anything like this. Her voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure. You're gonna write to Susala? Yes. Our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too? And some of the writers, if they're sober enough to open a transmission, they need to hear that it wasn't her fault or theirs. They need to hear about this. Don't worry. I won't send the recording, although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. What happens now? Are you going to stay here? She cuts you off, her deft fingers already on the keyboard. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics, send letters, and maybe meet Susala, and also devise further measurements. I want you to know that it's totally chill with us. I don't care, she blurts, then reconsiders. But thank you anyway. Now, her hands move on the keyboard. I have a theory to come up with, some kind of preliminary explanation to all this, or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind. Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. He breathes out, trying to shake off tension, instead of demolishing it with loud bass noises of unknown origin. Some tiny hard thing. Let's go in your stomach. You're still alive. We'll come back to this. Hold on. We got logic stuff, don't we? Hold on. We gotta change our clothes real quick. That's not as good as this.
Yes, what is it?
92%! Very likely to pass that now. Oh yeah. You don't have to. You already have come up with a theory a long time ago. Suna, the origin point of the pale. Wait, it is the origin point of the pale. What? The swallow. It's how it starts. It's baby pale. But she looks up and there's fear in her eyes as she considers the possibility. But pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge. No, look up first. We're 20 meters from the very edge. She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full undivided attention. The lieutenant's too. He takes his glasses off. The pale is only in effect a transition between the world and that. Then, what is that? It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No. It's less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all of this, spread your hands, never was. Then the pale is simply a gradient. But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here and the pale is not. One day, when it's larger, it will be. I understand. She closes her eyes. A theory of the pale, where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes like a cancer or a mold erupting in points inside the world. This is one of those places. She's silent for a second, then she opens her mouth. According to this, how long until it starts swallowing? It's already started with sound. And information, she nods, causing data losses in the Eastern Selenian front. Have you also considered why it's formed in the church and also when or how it might start growing? Or if it has any other effects in addition to the sound and data? An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside. I also have a question since we're piling them on now. How do you know this? No, I'm not doubting you, he explains. I'm simply curious how a detective of the RCM It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it. Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus or a... She looks for the words. A containment facility of some kind built by the first settlers. Yes, acting on an instinctual level. Or religious practices we've forgotten. It's like entropy, kind of? It's more supernatural than that, but kind of. I've considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revachol settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution or repurposed before, during this suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but... Entropy you can sail a boat on, exactly. It's a bit more extreme than that, yes. It's a whole thing. Basically, the idea is that, and we only learned this, I feel like we learned this last time or maybe the time before that, like halfway through the game. They give you the idea that there are all like these little islands that people live on, and they seem like they're fictional islands, like maybe off the coast of France or whatever. That is not the case. They are these little pockets of reality surrounded by pockets of non-reality called the Pale. They found a way to cross through it on boats, so you can travel from one of these isolas to the other. And they're called isolas because they're surrounded by the Pale, which again, yeah, is the fog of unreality. And yeah, it is growing. So eventually it's going to consume all of reality. It's a whole thing, and it's a mindfuck. All the failed businesses in the doomed commercial area, all the failure in Martinez. I know, HD. I am sorry for spoiling that for you because I know you want to play it. You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here, even, say, software development. She's already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force has a part to play. It wasn't only them. Yes, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, some kind of entrepreneuric history. You're spoiling yourself by watching. True. I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities, but no. The artists like the milieu. The writers took like the history. She shakes her head. I told them. I should let the people still working in there know about this. They might be affected. You mean Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Both of them deserve to know. Then go tell them. She smiles suddenly encouragingly. I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know. An amateur entrepreneuric police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add. Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by entrepreneuric scientists. One day, all the world will be like that 2mm hole. She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist. I'm going to leave that out, but the rest. Some of this I can use to start to explain the rest to the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but... Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad. She shrugs. One more thing. Maybe a club for analytic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space? Perhaps not. I mean, to be fair, if you're creating sound and this thing wants to eat reality, I don't know. It could go either way.
Because we don't know if feeding on reality is going to increase its growth, or maybe feeding on new reality will help sate it. I had no idea. See you tomorrow, HT. Have a good night. Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out. Oh, Egghead. Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave that at that, shall we? We have anthroponetic detection to perform in this district. Okay, bye. Let's put on our Shivers stuff. Have anything else for Shivers? Shivers is basically our ability to like commune with the world, which is interesting. Seems like a great advertising point for the club. Yeah, probably, yeah. At least until, well, the club's still there. And go to that club sounds awesome. Hey, go to the club. This club. Go to Disco Elysium. There's a hole in reality in it. Yeah, why not? Okay. Oh my goodness. Found the empty trap. Went on a date. Reconstructed execution. Confronted the pigs. Established the nightclub. Discovered the anomaly and death notification. We did all the things. Let's do it. Come on, don't fail. No double ones. I got double twos. That'll work. Suddenly, there's a sigh. Carry down the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you, in her breath, flowing through it. Super cop? A little bit. Where does it go? In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels a whisper away. I think she's down there, below this building. Okay. Why? Ever since I woke up, maybe even before, I've been getting these strange cold spells. Good. Good, yes, cold spells. He seems incredulous. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there? Call it a gut feeling. He shrugs. So how do we get in there? The doors on the collapsed side of the building, they're gone basically. Finally! It's my time to shine. There's a ladder next to the sign. Point to them. Perhaps we can climb them? Enter through the roof? Perhaps you can climb them. We're not climbing anything. I'm a 43-year-old man and I plan to live to see 70. Alright. A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Assess the situation. The distances between the remaining runs, I think it means rungs, are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and peeling, and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be a tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground and you're what, 180? 180 seems about right. Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder? Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? What if I don't
climb. What if I just teleport? The lieutenant stares at you stone-faced. Teleportation is not a thing. Come on, Kim. Where's your adventurous spirit? This really has nothing to do with adventure. We're dealing with basic physics here. It's not gonna hurt to try. Oh, yes, it could hurt a lot. He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now. Okay, hold on. We need to do some sap warfare stuff. Okay. Let's put on our savoir faire clothes. If we have any. We may not have any. I think we need to change our pants. Oh, it's just reaction speed. But I'll put on these Kingdom of Conscience pants. It's fine. I don't think I have anything for savoir faire. So let's just put on stuff that's like good for physical things in case like I need to like make a grab for something. Pain threshold and half light. Yeah, let's go with that. Ooh, we could put that on instead. I feel like physical instrument is probably better. It does increase our morale though. Pain threshold. I guess we'll do that. Alright. These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You blend right in at some pleasant little dinner party. I'm not discarding the pants. It's like, I like regular normal things. I know you do. These intersolary pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this. That's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense. This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you. Alright then. I'm gonna save it. Okay, we've done all of that. So this is teleport. On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing? Why? Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening. Don't say the stupid thing. Come on, we can do this. We need more savoir faire. And we've got all these points. We can do it. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is do it. Zoot! Zap! Pow! Crinkle! It's like magic! You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence. Oh my god! I can't believe it! Bam! You find yourself up on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement. Don't gloat. Stand there like a Samaran master. You have an army of reserve points? Yeah, I got a thought that gives me XP every time I click on a circle. So I have a lot. And I don't spend them unless I have to. You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly, you hear, "Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here." We did it! Yeah, which thought is it? Jamais vu? Yeah! 1 XP for every orb clicked. -1 encyclopedia, but we already got loads of that, so it's not a big deal. Cleaning out the rooms. I don't remember getting this thought. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately, looking for something, tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spotlight on the bedroom door after the dark. The fluttering of the eyelids in the spring sun. A thought arises, only to disappear again. Yet there's a pattern emerging. You have to unlock those. I'll think about it. But first, we're going to change clothes. Got that one just a bit ago, talking to Suna, maybe? Maybe. I didn't notice us gaining the thought, so I guess I'm a little surprised. Alright, I think that'll do for our outfit for now. I have to look. Fine, go and run. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Oh, postcard. Martinez 98. I wonder how we're gonna get Kim in here. You should take out your flashlight. Alright then. Let's take out our flashlight. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze through. Antiquated office furniture. Last century, maybe. Brought down and forgotten so long ago. Just teach Kim how to teleport, but he doesn't believe in it. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Old file folders in the cart, documents silvery with mold. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass. This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. These are computer components? Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. How'd they do that and why? Jamais vu is apparently the opposite of déjà vu. Yeah, exactly. Where things should be known seem unfamiliar. Yeah, jamais vu means never seen. You get jamais vu all the time? Okay. Where you're like, I've never seen anything before. Life is a complete mystery to me. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes and human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced. Ooh. Intersolary suit jacket! Give me that suggestive jacket. Oh, there's a crevice in the wall. Okay, revolutionary hat. I'll take it, sure. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months or maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Krasmazov portrait. A mustachioed and button-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads K. Mazov. There's a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Brush the dust off the portrait. Years worth of dust is shaken off. A full head of hair, matched by an ample mustache and sideburns, looks a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder. Oh. There's a window up there. The same slit window you saw from the outside. Oh, I had another thought. Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window the point of origin for the shot that killed the mercenary? Peek out. Outside the window the day is clear, as mild as can be in an early spring. Would this have been a good hideout for a sniper? It's a good place to hide, but it doesn't look like anyone, Mazovian or murderer, has stayed in here in a while. Is it feasible to hit a target in the whirling in rags from this window? No, it's not. No matter how you crane your neck, you can't see the whole of the whirling in rags, and certainly not the relevant segment of the top floor. Good to know. I feel like this is... I can't tell if this is the way I'm supposed to go, or if I should go, like, this way first. Oh, there's Kim. Let's let Kim in. Two rusty metal plates slide apart to form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while. Hi, Kim! The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak. Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. How'd you even get in there? After you climbed up the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk next to the drain pipe. Possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. He's quite proud of himself. At least we know a quick way in and out. Yes. We have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages. He peers into the darkness. Wait. Okay. I remember there was something about a coat, a warm coat and a storm drain. I wanted to see if I could find it there. I guess not. Oh. Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the other. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. Go this way first then. The tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. Alright, let's follow the boot prints. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. There it is again. Like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell. Lieutenant, do you feel something? No, what do you mean? Pain, a strange tingling. I don't feel it, but... He looks ahead beyond the arch. We should still be careful. There are footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. I saw them too, footprints with the right sole worn smooth. It looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. What do you mean? He lowers his voice. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over. You'll upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Uh-oh. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail. How bad do you think things could get? Well, we're not responsible for what we can predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground. He smiles in the dark. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done. Well, we found out Everett's plans to take the harbor. Should we tell Joyce about it? I'll leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but... He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful. What do you think is waiting for us there? I think I see a cavern. The lieutenant's whisper echoes down the tunnel. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise. I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking. Or maybe not? He puts his hand to his holster. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Then we're gonna save it here. You need to rename it though.
Does that mean that this is like the end of the game? Feels strange. Oh! There's the anorak it told us about. A concrete pipe buried in the sand and dust. They did name drop pretty recently. They did. Oh, God. What? Ruby the Instigator. Suddenly your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Thoughts are... Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once, but her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Ah, man, I should have put on all my pain threshold stuff. Though maybe we could have done this. I didn't even think to. As she says the words officer, you feel a spike in the agony. Sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. Don't move too much or fight it, then don't cover it. Oof. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than the previous ones. Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not gonna fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already.
I nearly
All
was!
things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
You're using one of those devices used to send signals through the pale on me!
Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong.
She sounds impressed. 136841 37891303.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale. People lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you might be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose. How'd you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards her torture device. And she's proud of it, too. As she ought to. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end.
She hesitates.
It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like walking out of a very confusing dream.
342455797. Decay. Palon ara ole. Ometi ni pildes. Ometi ni pildes mu tudrak. 44645444829. That's all great. Yeah, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and herself merely as prey. Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
If you're looking for a deal on mattresses, 23567 329710473022819. Oh, Rosaline, oh, Rosaline.
Damn this.
The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens. The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you can keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time. How'd you know we were coming? I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. By hiding bullets under floorboards? So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed. Shouldn't rat you out, by the way, the washerwoman. So nice. She smiles a little smile. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy, for one. Why hide the bullet, though? This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies. Did you shoot Lely? No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. You're right. Claudia was the first to share her suspicions. Oh, she smiles sadly. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Titus told me, but it took some convincing. Ah, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by? Wait, Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up. I did, didn't I? And now you've come for me. She scoffs, but fuck them all the same. It did make her forgive them a little. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Like what? She adjusts her grip on her gun. I already told you I didn't do it. A strong moral compass, she still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself. Do you have an alibi for when Lely was shot? Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't have even been enough time. Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please explain. Wait, she shouldn't be grunting. That's me. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please explain. Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the whirling to the roof. Don't know it, but also, she frowns, studying your face. The shot couldn't have come from the roof or we would have heard it all downstairs. She has a point there. No one mentioned. The pain stops him from finishing the sentence. That didn't go super well. You gotta lay something better on her. Would you say that Lely was a likable person? I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Did you feel protective of the Union? Yeah, sure. And I didn't like the Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. I mean, a fuck ton of other people around here. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself. She didn't hate him, okay? You don't feel sympathy for mercs. It's hard work. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. I have other questions. You have a gun. And? Do you collect other guns? Maybe old rifles? No, they're not practical. Break too often. Well, I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere? Sure don't. A breech loader? No. This is such a wipeout. Where'd you get it? The gun store? What gun store? Trigger Happy Jacks? That doesn't sound like the name of a real store. What do you think? I'm gonna squeal at my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. I can't quite tell. What kind of gun is it? A Noctway 80 front loader, 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing. That isn't it. Well, there's other evidence I want to ask you about. Do you like to hang out on rooftops? Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Colossus's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. What's so great about her antenna? It's very powerful. I used to use it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. 85102399933. Come in. Is that the only reason you hung out on that roof? The view's pretty bomb too, but you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah? Along with Klasya. So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof? Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. Did you leave any flowers for Klasya on the roof? No. Guess the flowers and candy aren't really my style. These weren't just flowers, they were symbols of revolution. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around. Come on. But Klasya was mourning. I never did understand why when someone dies, a hot house's worth of flowers has to die too. You're welcome, Artie. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a great night. Okay, so you didn't leave Maybelle's. No, I did not. Okay, let's take a step back. Yeah, where? More questions before doing anything. What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version. She eyes you warily as though gauging your sincerity. It's okay. We just want to... He struggles to finish the sentence. Alright. Don't kill yourselves over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always, and Classy comes in all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves, so I grab a seat next to her. Wait, did she also seem high to you? Oh yeah, super. I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. Glacia said you knew something was wrong immediately? No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her, but no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah. You made it look like you'd been hanged. It's pretty weird. Then you came up with this plan right on the spot. What? No, faking a lynching was her idea. Her idea? Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. And she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. She lied to you about that too. That's bad. That she'd be so calm. Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. Do you think she killed Lely herself? As I keep telling you, cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing. But even if this is true, the lieutenant forces himself to finish the sentence. Won't you believe this lynching might lead to war? She purses her lips. The thought crossed my mind, but the mercenary's death is going to have repercussions either way, although the way things are going. She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt. She shrugs. Fuck it. I'm not responsible for those people after what they did to me. If you didn't kill him, why hide? I saw you roll into town, and I wasn't around to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent? She looks at you quizzically. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener. Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell, and why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. It felt like a vein exploded. Well, we're just gonna go through this. Man, I really wish I had put on my pain threshold stuff. I didn't know I was gonna be dealing with this shit. Who's everyone? How do you know this? Everyone in Jamrock, the cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too. Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name. Harry Dubois, she replies quickly. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and the funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre. All that just means you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. No one's agent. I don't even know who La Puta Madre is. Alright, sure, you don't know. I'm sure I'm supposed to know, but I lost my memory recently. Yeah, sure. She doesn't believe you. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough anyway. What did you do to this Madre anyway? You know what I did. I fucked him over. She pauses. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something. When I came into town, was there anyone with me? Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Who was in this squad? Well, It wasn't this scrawny dude. She nods towards the lieutenant. We had 2 guys and a lady. The guy looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. What else can you tell me? One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. She narrows her eyes. That sound about right? No idea who these people are. Literally. No, that doesn't ring any bells. Well, this has been a great talk, really, but I think I'm gonna hit the road now. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio. Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late listening to all the conversations crisscrossing Martinez. Police radio, you've been following the case? Who hasn't? She shrugs. You know, I can still see him there in Kloster's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. Do you know about the bunker next door? What bunker? Just a bunker! Have you been there? I don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to... Her voice trails off into the white noise in your head. You feel like an aneurysm is approaching. Zzz. Lire un bird. Starburst and sunshine. 24 degrees centigrade. Keep calm, breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer. You did it. The compressor line's broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... You okay, Kim? Lieutenant hunches, recovering. All good, officer? Be careful. She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles. Ah, fuck it. No! She puts the barrel of the gun to her mouth. Oh no. You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself, so why isn't it coming to you? Oh no. Why am I just standing here like an idiot? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. She doesn't deserve to die like this. God. That is not what I wanted to have happen. A smirk crosses her face as she watches you stand there mute. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair. Oh God. Fuck. The lieutenant stands motionless, watching the blood pool in the sand. She killed herself. I failed to talk her down. Lieutenant Alfredo Dubois, he intones. Control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you. There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares. Okay. Okay. Compose yourself. What do we do now? We clean up. He looks around. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. He squints into the darkness. The tent there. Well, fuck. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. Cooking utensils, she's prepared herself porridge with bananas. The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. Look inside. You see a rolled up sleeping bag and personal belongings. We should put her in the sleeping bag so the rats don't get to her. Alright, let's carry her over there. The lieutenant nods. There she lies, cocooned in that sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs and books and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them. Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines. The lieutenant peeks over your shoulder. See anything? Riga Monthly Journal of Material Science, more technological digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. A notebook, take it. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless. We should read this immediately, like, right now. Yes, we should. A thick journal. The cover is worn, like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. The cover is made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner behind the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously. Unwind the strap. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of it is ruled pages have been filled. Study the handwriting. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many of the phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. Flip through the pages. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated. We could learn a lot from this. What kind of logistics? Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions. There could be useful information about the local operations in those notes. We'll have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this. And what are the diagrams of? Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Anything personal? Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult questions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. Small traces of betrayal. How far back do the entries go? The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Anything about La Puta Madre? That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Read the entry from March 9th first. Great. M's peon is coming to town. Yeah, M is definitely La Puta Madre. No doubt to investigate the lynching, but also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. While I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break, well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck and constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. That's not me. I wouldn't do something like that. Maybe it's the old you, or maybe she was just paranoid. No, not even the old you. You would never do that. Read the entry from March 12th. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made a point to believe in the best people. I've made a point to believe in the best in people. The boys, for example, but experience tells me. Did Adam feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people. They take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. Did she write the day Lily died? Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though? Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault, except... but that's another matter entirely. She's referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? What's the most recent journal entry? The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run, not really my idea of an open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning. I don't think she killed the mercenary. The lieutenant taps on the page. It looks like she might have been framed. The whole thing was a detour and a fatal one, he thinks. So she died for nothing. She was in plenty of trouble even without the mother judge. He looks down. Still, it is a nasty business. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? He looks at you straight in the eye for a moment, then sighs. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. But who is La Puta Madre? The head of a major genre gang specializing in drug production and trafficking. A very bad person. He's not 100% sure you're not indebted to this very, very bad person. Alright, then who do you think killed the merc? It could have been Titus. Then again, he pauses to think. No one heard the shot. Maybe there's a hardy boy who we've yet to meet who acted as an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain, we have business back in the worlding in rags. Questions to ask, we shall get to it. Well, frick. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like maybe you can only stop small, fast projectiles, but with large, slow-moving pry bar, it would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt? Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news! So are the armor pieces on you. Okay, so if anyone tries to hit me and I have armor on, it gives me +2 for hand and eye coordination. Okay, cool. Alright, we need to check the island for bullet traces still. I think we're gonna take a break here. I need to get something more to drink. And I need to decompress after everything that just happened. Harry wouldn't shoot her if he gets his hand on a gun. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. Okay, we're going to take a break. The bonus was very different from what I said. Are you sure? +2 eye-hand coordination against armor. Oh, you're right. If they're wearing armor, we get a bonus against them. Yep, gotcha. Yep, you're right. That whole pre-shot scene was weird. Yeah, it really was. Casual torture conversation. Exactly. Alright, let me mute the game. And I'll put on some music and we'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, we're back. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you all had a good break. Let's get back into the game, I guess. I'm not quite sure. I guess we have to check out the island, because that's the only place we haven't checked yet. How dare you share interesting things, right? Alright. So yeah, the only place we haven't checked for bullets is the island. Man, I'm so upset that she killed herself. The whole encounter seemed weird to me, like it wasn't up to the Disco Elysium standard of quality. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I agree with that. But not like weird in like a metaphysical way, but weird in like a not really tonally consistent with the rest of the game kind of way.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Yeah, it was interesting, but it was definitely weird. Hold on, I'm gonna consult the map. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a way to get there except maybe through this door or from a boat. And that's coming from a game where going on a date and be gifted a sword is a normal thing. You're not even wrong. Stop. Now. It's time. Time for the tribunal? Yes, and it's not going to be fun. What am I supposed to do? Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket. I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead. The lieutenant frowns. Then you better get ready, he says. Then quickly adds, whatever happens, I've got your back. It's okay. We don't need a gun. We got a sword. Sword cop.
I'm all out of shit to give, Loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
There's a fevered gleam in his eyes.
Put your goddamn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through, all right?
Titus remains calm.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, Loincloth shit fuck.
I should have changed my clothes. This is the mercenary at the gates. I mean, we already knew that. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. Kim, what's going on here? Shh. Lieutenant raises his left hand.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
I'm not dressed properly for a ride. I'm not.
The Crypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Her tone is frighteningly emotionless.
You all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
She sounds very sure of herself.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fella?
His voice is almost gentle. He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful?
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Wait, who's that talking? Oh, over here. I totally missed them. I saw these two, but this guy I totally missed.
Nest in your abdominal cavity, like a little wired mouse.
The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure. The lieutenant is generally worried for his life. You should consult with him before getting in there. The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader. What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He puts his hand on his holster. We're out of time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
The lieutenant nods. Stop! This is the police!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards. I think he calmed down a bit.
Big fuck!
Is the only word you can make out. It doesn't sound calm. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between all these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk, present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Oh, God damn it. Peace, always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that, please. Stay there quietly, hope nothing bad happens. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it. Who are you? Sergeant Major Raw Kotanar, reporting in to burn this fucking mud to the ground. He points at the whirling in rags. As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raul Kotanar. The dead man's name is Ellis Kotanar. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Ellis was put into foster home, remember? And then he bellows, "For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you are all sentenced to death by lead." Kotanar. I know that name. He sways from left to right, inspecting you. Raul and Ellis Kotanar. Look him in the eye. Sorry about your brother, Rawl. He wasn't my fucking brother! We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into the same place by the same sick fuck. And then went to the same military academy and the same unit and the same war. Same fucking mud hut town, too. He looks around, then wipes his face with his armored glove. Okay, good. We're getting there. He had blue eyes, didn't he, your brother? He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like, I just know how to mow down cloths. Everyone says good that's a lie, though. Most people do not say good things about him. His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor. Who? Lely? Yeah, when he was small, just an infant. We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there, and also things. They fucking put Lely in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finish the job. He waves at the gang, huddled by the doors. It's a mind fuck, Cordy. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. She glances at him. Major, permission to... Open fire. We can't have that interfere now. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer. Find his killer! Cop, his killer stands right there. He waves at the men behind you, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. He stares at you, eyes pink from the alcohol, fingers tapping the pistol. You're gonna die for them, right here, today. Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it's got him off center. Oh gosh, I do not want to shoot him. Please. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenel would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. Just a question, but who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel? I am a Krenel major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. So, you are the highest ranking of the three of you. No, I just have the biggest gun! He raps on his armored barrel-like chest. Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now. Hold on, what's the highest rank in Krenel? King Reaper, he says without irony. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed. You're right, but you see, he pauses and smiles. I want it to end in bloodshed. Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else and his hand is off the gun. That did something. Do I have to shoot him? The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. You think I care about what the company cunt thinks? He laughs. It's a hollow laughter. Wild Pines is not going to forgive you for massacring a bunch of innocent people. The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. We're working together. She knew you're out of control, she told me. She's gone, you stupid fuck. He points to the sea. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you silos. Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. Titus shouts to his men in the background. How many people are going to end up dead for this one guy? I don't know. So far, there's only one. And it sounds like it might have to be two. The company bitch is gone. Lily's gone. What the fuck are we still doing in this shithole? He looks around tired suddenly. Sad even. Guys, Little guy breaks formation. I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun. Well, we rescued one of them. As he runs to the yard, Titus turns to his men. Hold your ground. Anywhere you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together. So where's Klausya? She can explain this. Who the fuck is that? Klausya? The woman upstairs, where is she? She left, the manager calls down from the balcony. Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together. What do you mean she left? She left! Her room's cleaned out right before these assholes showed up. We should have arrested her, the lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries. You can feel how upset he is with himself, just for a second, when the fear takes over and he's back in the moment. Hey, Bushman! The veins on the man's neck expand as he yells, Your little cunt is gonna help you out of this one! For God's sake, tell him the Hardys didn't do it. Present a case. Listen! They didn't do it. Yeah? Who did then? It was someone else. Someone who is not here now. How fucking convenient. He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? There's a dangerous gleam in his eye. What if I just shot one of your pals here right now, huh? He points his gun at Elizabeth. How about the kid? Tell me it was a magic fucking sniper one more time. Listen, please! She raises both of her hands. The cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who. Think, why doesn't he believe me? The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it out loud in a public place. Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me. You're lying. DePaul heard it. He doesn't move the weapon. You heard wrong, the lieutenant shouts. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter. When they confessed, they were lying. Oh God, who did he shoot? Fucking liars. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun. The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. Oh no. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, jeez. This is super tense. Have a good night, Kulan. I'm gonna try to save everybody. Ugh. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of glass behind her. The man looks at his revolver and smiles. I missed. But I know what I heard, Cordy. The radio operator looks at him. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night. That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. That was a close call. There is no way that this is going to work. I do not want to shoot him. I do not want to shoot him. Oh no. There has to be a way out of this. I mean, everyone, he's definitely drunk. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. Yeah, so what? Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this. Nah. He wipes the sweat from his brow. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier. Enough already. What is this? The woman's voice is furious. We didn't come here to fucking chat. Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth. Oh no. No, 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 no. Is that literally the only thing I can do is shoot him in that? Oh. Maybe it won't kill him. Oh, but I don't know. Ah! This is the worst! Who is that? Point to the man. I didn't know you had a third guy. Rud? Rud's the killer. The armored woman smiles a vicious smile. Rud, the killer. Helen Clowen. He doesn't talk much. You fucking cunts inside out. The killer? The gunner. He gestures towards himself. The raddest. He nods towards the woman. The killer. He points to the figure, clad entirely in ceramic plate. What do you think he does? There, on the rim of Helen Clowen's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. Count the figures. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones at the end. These men served in Semenine, the native islanders. The 2 little white figures in the end are from when they moved to Revachol there recently. Kills black people almost exclusively? That's right. He stares at you with watery eyes. Plenty of Kips here in Revachol too. Oh no. He's a racist! Ah. T, let's fucking do it! The man presses through his teeth. His hand is on his belt. Jean? Oh no. Oh no. I have 2 options. I can act, or I can stand there quietly and hope nothing bad happens. I feel like that... Oh, I hate this. We basically have a 50-50 shot to shoot this guy. Technically, we should have +2 to this, but maybe that's why we even have 3. Ugh. Barely! We barely got it! A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. Look at Kotanar. There's a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backwards, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say shoot him, but he can't. Oh no. Oh no. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. Kim, where's Kim? From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rud. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. Blink. Think. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rud's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet like a camera lens focusing on you. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Time is running out. Well, fuck. I'm dead. Okay. Good thing we have some Nosafed. The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The lieutenant aims, face pale. Without tremble, he quietly utters, "God, please." He's aiming for the eye slot in Rud's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then 2 shots Ring it once, and you hear a scream. You're too hurt to see who got hit, who screamed. Glenn. Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through... Oh no! You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic, with the blood gushing from his face. The man raises his pistol at you, then squeezes the trigger. We're never going to be able to evade. Look him in the eye. The look of vengeance. Framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth, but he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death. Yeah, probably. We got an 8. There's no way. We could only do that if we had double 6s. You can't. There's no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it. Listen through the darkness and the pain. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters the glass. Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down! What do I see? Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them like a hellish play. Out of it a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice, filled with urgency and fear. You're bleeding out. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there. Stay with me. You feel burning hot tears streaming from your eyes. This is sad. Give me a minute. I can't forget it, even when I drank so much. Yes, keep talking. The lieutenant pushes down on your wound hard. You hear me? Stay awake. But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy and the sound's even more distant, and a cold comes over you. Kim, too, is suddenly somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender, white shadow. Kim truly trusts you! Someone stands there raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No. Kim! No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears. Like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman's gone, so is Kim. Then the whole world. Fall into total darkness.
This is death.
One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
No.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
I am so thankful we saved Kim. If we had gotten double ones there, I might have just reloaded right then and there. There's a radio in the distance. A radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
Most people feel that way, I'm sure. I mean, we all love Kim. Kim's the best. We don't deserve someone as good as Kim. The engine of a Kupri Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
The end game without him is also well done. I'm sure it is, but Kim! I didn't want to do this without him. I didn't want him to die. That would have been too sad. You see Kim's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain. Kim. Sunrise Parabellum, the lieutenant says. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room, with a fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Ugh. How bad am I hurt? Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and the heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh. The left quadriceps. He points to your leg. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed, and a bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome. Okay, so that is 2 days later. Can I walk? We will see. You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though. But I run! Are you hurt? Not very. He rubs his chin. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of a gun. I try not to move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. There was a pause. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. Has anyone from my station been to see me? No. Isn't that strange? I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they sent officers to join you on site. Odd, you haven't seen any, have you? There's a pause. I'm sure they're worried about you. That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here? Better not agitate yourself further. It already hurts. Sorry.
He may have some idea, but he's not going to get into it with you. If not my station, then who treated me? I did. I didn't know you could do that. It's part of a detective task chain. You can do it too. Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems. Okay. If we can get up. Come on. Let's get up. Come on. We can get up. Easy now. The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain. Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing. How are you? My disco days are done. Hey, Nine Tracks Gaming, how's it going? Man, I thought for sure we were gonna... I thought that was game over right there. We failed so many checks. Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Yefredo. What did you say? Sunrise? Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. My gun? It's engraved on it. You served you well. Is it war today? He looks out the window. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I figured it was at least the Harry dying ending. Same. This is actually about as good as it can go. Really? But I failed so many dodges. But aside from dodging the bullets, yeah. But yeah, there's clearly no way to talk them down, which I'm disappointed by, but it makes sense. Like, not everybody's willing to listen to reason, especially angry, drunk militia groups. I think we may have held it off for now. He unzips his bomber jacket. Barely. Good. Yes. We have also completely failed, but that is okay. What happened? What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. I mean, I had to. Is he dead? Yes. A blood-stained killer. As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight when I found it. I shot and wounded him. While Glenn took a bullet in his spine, it was meant for me. He did not survive. There's a pause. This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survived, so do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Eugene. Yes, he is still alive too. Nod. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife. And you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, DePaul, before she got to jump on me. I killed her. Lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it. A better smell fills the room. And so that's what happened. And they're all dead, all three of the contractors. He nods. DePaul was the last to die. I forgot how the bodies returned to Crenel. It's for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Why? Because we detailed them? Or joisted? Or maybe the harbor and full lockdown is too costly a target? Or maybe... He breathes in the fume, thinking. Maybe they are simply taking the time and will attack soon, I don't know. How many casualties on the Union side total? 3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. There's a pause, and Theo, he was just too old for combat. And that's... Oh, he nods. It's a total shit show, Kim. Yes, officer, he says calmly. 6 people are dead, it is not a success. +1, Ruby. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The owners did not get into the beehive. He rubs his swollen chin. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And, he smiles, we're still alive, the both of us. He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. This room, it's clean! Mr. God cleaned it, and it took him an entire day. How long have I been out? 2 days in and out. You've been up enough to take a Dramamine and curse and drink water. Ouch. It's not ouch time yet. You got a Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Oof. Only 3 union deaths is the best, I think. That's good. So, all in all, we didn't do too bad. It could have gone way worse. Kim could have died. They could have killed everyone. You can easily get Elizabeth and most of the Hardys killed. Really? Interesting. Dramamine. Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad. But still under the counter bad. What happens now, Kim? I honestly don't know. But I don't know either. We can't talk to Evra. The arbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Joyce is gone. Yes. She left yesterday morning to meet the board of the Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Colonel from sending in a death squad. He looks out the window. Maybe it's her? Maybe she kept her end. Either way, Ruby is gone, and Claudia too. We really should have arrested her, you know. Wait, you've checked? She's really... Got confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within this circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. His voice is calm, matter-of-factly. There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. A light nod. There's some pain. I agree with this. What else? Goddamn footprints! Yes, he says. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Oh, diable. An antique bullet from a Belle McGrave, 44.6 millimeters. I thought it was 4.46 millimeters. 44 is a lot of millimeters. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be? It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullets useless. I feel like the hole's older than that. But let's talk about it, because I don't know. We don't know how recent it is. It's possible someone was spying on her. The footprints could have literally just been someone, like a peeping Tom, who knew about the key. So, what about the hole in the wall? Someone's checking her out. I don't know. He rubs his neck. That's been there for years. Exactly. So, So there are all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary era? We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Lefashore is full of them. But they seem so mysterious. I can't believe they're fucking useless! No need to be melodramatic. You know, I think about solving crimes. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead, except it doesn't because we turned it off. Solving crimes is hard. It really is very hard. You're not ready to give up, are you? No. There's a short pause. Are you ready to limp? I'm ready. Good. There's a pause. Where do you want to limp? A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold. A red thread on the roof upstairs, taut, plucked like a string by the gust. We should check Mrs. Catherine Alazier's room upstairs. Why not? He extinguishes the cigarette on the sole of his boot. Another look at the window, perhaps? The one that... Oh, that's him talking. Another look at the window, perhaps? The one that was shot through? I don't know. I can't think of anything better. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside. Back in the world again. The fan stands still. Switch must be broken because nothing happens. Aw. The Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. Look, the door's open. You can walk right through into Kim's room. Let's go into Kim's room. Oh, look at his room. An alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Medicinal supplies on the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics. Half-finished paperwork. These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half-finished. Make out notes on this and other recent cases. Edgar opened the door to your room. He closes the notes. You're running a low bacterial fever the first night. Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. Point to yourself. It would have been easy, were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky considering the odds we faced. There's a pause. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Let's do cop things. I can still run! Oh. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Looks like she's left something on the table. Next to a stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs. A gift. The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. Seems she left in a hurry. That's hardly surprising. What could this gift be? I'm not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts. Alright then. Oh. She made around 4 months of payments for this room. A red thread made of nylon leads out of the room and onto the roof. Is that where the shot came from? It's gonna come from the islands. It's the only place we haven't checked. Oh, the thread's tied to the antenna. What? You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to a cupboard on the wall. I feel like Harry's quite bold to be carrying on a bear blade while having trouble walking. He's fine. Worst case, if he stumbles, he can lean on it like a crutch. This is ballistics. She left a trajectory for us. The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly. A ray of backwards motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime. To then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. Where does this thread lead? It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime. The island in the bay. Of course, it's the only place we haven't checked. How did she know how to do this? She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? Of course we don't trust her. I don't know at this point. He stops mid-sentence. What difference does it make? So she's trying to tell us the shot came from the islet. He nods. Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna, that is where this thread seems to point. This is also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet. So it is. For a second, he seems tired. Maybe we need to go to the island. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person, but what else is there? What else is there? Not a lot, no. Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Okay, let's go to the fucking island. He takes a second to gather himself and says, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone. Lillian, netpicker. She's tarring her boat. Ah, yes, of course, the village. Let's go. All right. Island time. Man, I thought that sword was gonna help me somehow. It didn't do a damn thing. Even with a bullet in the thigh, I'm still running everywhere. I will say, I'm really glad I decided to research that armor.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
He looks you over. I did, thank you. Big improvement. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you... let's be fair, defended this establishment and his clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway... He clears his throat. Got that thought just in time. I did! Like, right in time! I wish you a quick recovery. Also, he raises his finger, you and your partner are staying here for free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free. The drinks are not, he adds. Just felt I needed to specify that. Guard, thank you! Aww. Where'd everyone go? Oh, you know, he looks around at the empty place. People don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. Are Lena and Moral still in town? Ah, them. Nice people, but no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. He waves at the windows. This was before the fight started. But I'm glad she got out of here before all of that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside, too. Yeah, that's for the best. He nods. Yes, you know. And I went outside and took care of it. Everyone calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do. He's almost completely forgotten what this began with. But we weren't done looking for that phasmid. I mean, you're a detective. Perhaps you can track them down? Shouldn't be hard. Exactly. He looks at you. But in all due time, crypto business is not a priority right now. You'll see her again one day. You know it. Things went like they did for a reason. Seeing the disappointment in your face, he relents. Oh, fine, hero cop. Lena left a forwarding address. 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. If you see them again, do give them my best. What happened to the man with the sunglasses? He shakes his head. I don't remember everyone who comes in here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. We're doing it too! Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony. Yeah, I was, yeah. He nods. Trying to remain aloof? That's because I'm a badass. Just nod, stoically. He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that 3. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed. I love it. Alright, thanks. No problem. He looks around at the empty establishment. They'll come back. They always do. Goodbye. Alright. I don't have enough composure for you right now. Oh man, I feel so bad about what happened to y'all. Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately.
He lets out a whistle.
That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
He looks at you with unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
He extends his hand. Oh, Ty just likes us now. It's great how you can change your relationship with the characters over the course of the game. I know! Everyone hated me at the beginning, and now we're like making friends everywhere. I love it. This is why I wanted to be smart social cop, to make friends with everybody. This is big. It's as big as the thank you, as tight as heart you can muster under any circumstances. Shake his hand and nod in silence. Now, how can I help you? His grip is strong and friendly. Ah, it just warms my heart. I'm sorry about the people you lost. His bruised face stiffens. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he gulps. He was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat angry bear. Here it comes. Last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. And Glenn. Glenn was my friend. Best I ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. He takes a sip of his beer. We're all fucked without him, but what do you do? This job's shit. Hold on, what about that Shanky fella? Dennis? You saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He shakes his head. You better run real fast now. Real fast. They were good people. I'm sorry it went like that. Yeah, well, memento mori, right? Yep, totally. Absolutely. Today I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bet a good-looking girl, because tomorrow a motor carriage might run me over. Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis. Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea. So what's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now? First, we're gonna find Dennis. I'm going to find Dennis, he interjects. I'm going to find him and then I'm going to kill him. The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact, as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block. That is not gonna bring back... He nods without really listening. We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards, and then... He thinks for a moment. I guess we'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe if he wants to have some fun with his brother. He pauses. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be the Hardy Boys. He's right. The numbers are replaceable. And in an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who join. You know what happened to Klasya? Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again. Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. You really liked her, didn't you? Nope. He did. Okay, got it. He nods and takes another sip of his whiskey. Aw, Titus. Well, any idea what I should do now? Judging by the sight of you, he looks at your bandages, I suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other. Hey, Cockendor, welcome. Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Jamrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all of Revachol. Thanks, Elaine. Well, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now. Thank you for your advice, Eugene. And you too, Elaine. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers. Instantly greeted with big tits. Yep, hello, welcome. You're welcome, Binoclard. Titus' response is completely unironic. You're alright in my books. Well, so long, fellows. Be good so I don't have to come back here again. Take care, coppers, he says with a warm smile. You do look after yourselves now. Death passed you on today, but men don't get that lucky twice. The writers for this game, it's something. It's honestly really well written, though. He nods to you and then to the lieutenant. Copoloco. And the normal cup, I guess. Good looking, Shamrock. Stars makes the best tattoos, they say. Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step in the line of fire, but you did. And if you ever feel like the uniform's holding you back, got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, Copper. We basically just saved a whole bunch of people from getting gunned down by a militia group. How many points have we got? Man, we have so many. I'm gonna put one more into composure, because I really want to try this check. I don't know if we'll have another chance. I feel like this is the end. Composure. Ooh, looks so fancy. Fancy white coat. I think it's just that and the shoes. Yeah. Come on. Finally! Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos with my own eyes. Oh, thanks, physical instrument. Can you not? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up. Are you part of the homosexual underground? The homosexual underground? The smoker sits up immediately, his eyes wide with amused surprise. A honeyed smile lingers on his lips. Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? He's hitting on us, I think. Maybe a little. Yes, I want to hear more about this homosexual underground you're part of. Oh. It's a pleasure group, a sub-rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Why, sometimes even Friday night. What about Thursday night? Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into all of our daily lives. He lowers his voice conspiratorially and looks around. But why do you convene? What do you do? Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning. The last things people in Revachol had to hold on to. The true symbol of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore. Does that have anything to do with disco? Yes, we also listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous ever-changing society where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. He wiggles his hands. And with mysteries, of course. The mysteries are also of a sexual nature, very esoteric. I do like disco. Maybe I should get into it? You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it. Okay, but what if I can't remember whether I'm in or not? What if I can't remember anything about my life aside from the fact that I like disco? Beautiful. The smoker crawls up to you like an animal preparing to jump. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows? Maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all that has been repressed. He circles his hands around you. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. It's the adjective form of vertigo. Oh. I mean, I figured it was related to vertigo. I was mostly just like, is this how you pronounce this word? This is going to be like a 24-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least. Absolutely wonderful. A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of phantasma erotique afterwards. Then it may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time. Bye-bye, gendarme. Yeah, we have to research this. We have to research this. Go to the island. All right, we gotta talk to Placence and the dice maker. Still have not. Yeah, I knew it was 4.46, not 44.6. Okay, now that he likes us, let's make him real sad.
Is there something I can do for you?
Guard, I saw another thing at the whirling. Another thing, great. I love those. Claudia in room 3. She nicked the phone line? Why? He stops himself. No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't know why. Want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building. Yeah, I bet you didn't want it to be her. What's that supposed to mean? Fuck you, buddy. She's not my taste. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I mean, that's what I meant. Because, like, you wanted her to be a good client, so you didn't want it to be her. But she did it. I'll forward the bill and be done with it. Now, was there anything else? I have, like, 4,000 coasters to stack, and then I need to wash dishes because it turns out I have to do that now, too. There's a peephole in the wall. He startles the wall. Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Claudia's bedroom. I think it's used for looking in on guests. I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you the whirling does not abide spying on its guests. The color has drained from his face. Yeah, I don't think that he's been spying. Alright, you've been notified. Thank you, I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. Guard, what if I told you I got into the back room behind the blue steel door? Oh, okay, well, he controls his excitement well. I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you. He's really, really holding himself back here. A peephole, and I haven't been allowed to use it. A travesty. Aren't you gonna ask me what's back there? Okay, what is back there? Nothing. The black gripping maw at the end of time. He shakes his head. There's no gaping maw. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. It's okay. But please do still tell me. Pinball machines, a pinball workshop. Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it, he repeats. Were there any back there? Any in working order, I mean? Didn't check. Pinball isn't relevant to the investigation. I was just wondering. He appears to be making a calculation in his head. If he found pinball machines there... He was wondering about something business-related. About how much money he could make off of one. I feel a capitalist plot coming up. Capitalist plot. He rolls his eyes. The pinball we have in the corner now is broken. I want to diversify the entertainment options. I'm gonna have to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble. Yeah, those numbers he's adding up now must be making good sense to him. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear it's part of the Doom commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these kind of things. I have to warn you. I may have discovered the whirling as part of the Doom commercial area. What? He looks mildly startled. Why would you say that? What a completely different address from the whole thing. So he knows about the Doom commercial area and its address. He's thought about it. The whirling is listed on the intercom outside as one of the businesses in building B. You should get your wiring fixed. I tried to call and I couldn't reach you. I've been working here for a long time and that intercom has never been used by the whirling. The whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade, which failed, though perhaps the whirling will escape the curse. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? He makes a sweeping gesture. This pre-revolutionary tile work, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man, that's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me. If some doom ghost, he steadies his voice. He's done a fine job, too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him. You really care about the whirling, huh? Yeah, he sighs. It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way. Even if it is part of the damn Doom commercial area. You shouldn't be so worried about that label, you know. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without that. And who named it the Whirling in Rags? Well, sure as hell wasn't the real estate company. It was you. You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. A song? Hail, Holy Queen by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea, he quotes. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad. Good pick, the lieutenant nods. Well, good luck to you in this place then. Luck has got nothing to do with it. He looks to where the hidden room is. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help. Against the Doom, it's implied. So if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, or can we, wrap it up? Nope, I'm good. Bye. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do before heading to the island. What was it? Oh gosh. Un jour, je serai de retour près de thé? One day, serai, I'm trying to remember what that is. I think that's I will? De retour. Return near the something. I can't make out that last word. De toi. Return near you. Okay. One day I will return to your side. I was pretty close. The graffito has been painted over with the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull. Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger. Looks like it, yes. It is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. I smell heavy fuel oil. And blood. Some of it is even yours. Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? Nope, 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 nope. Bad idea, nope. Okay, sorry. Whew, close call.
Officer, care to play a game with a lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face. What happened?
Actually, never mind. It wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee? The prick is gone, he replies, trying to smile. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone. He's trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face. No, may Renee rest in peace. Aww. Yes, a strange expression runs across his wrinkled face when he repeats, in peace. Tell me, what do you know about the dead man? Everything, really? I probably knew him better then. He stops, realizing something. You meant the teacup on the tree, didn't you? I didn't know anything about him. Teacup. Oh, because of the ceramic arbor. Clever. Why for now? Oh, what happened to Renee? Did he get caught in the crossfire? That's so sad. Well, at least the little girl's not dead. Or did his heart just like give out? I wonder what happened.
Oh my god, things have gotten out of hand. I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime, it's even worse. I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked, no sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
I'm the one who got let's just stare at her. And you! Oh my god, just look at you! It looks like even the police can't take care of all of this. Someone should do something about this. She rubs her pendant between 2 fingers, thinking. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes! She nods to herself. It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime. I don't know what I think of it. No, you're right, officer. You've convinced me. It's a great idea. Thank you for your inspiration. Ah, fuck. In the meantime, do buy a book. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Determination shines in her eyes. Is there anything else I can help you with? She's really into, like, supernatural stuff. Plaisance, I have something to tell you. I found the actual source of doom. What do you mean, the actual source? She clutches her pendant, clearly irritated. Earlier, you told me there was no curse. My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm entropinetic hole in reality. That is the source of doom, both in the commercial area and in Martinez. A what? A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez. Ma'am, what he is telling is true. You found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it is not looking good. But, that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that? Tell her the truth, it's out of her hands. With hope, or you can't? No, you can't protect it. Not against Pale. Close up the shop and try to get as far away from this thing as possible. Close the shop? But it's all I have. No, there must be a way. Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime. Alright, bye. Best of luck, but you're doomed. Oh, I had a thought. I have to go back. Looks like Guillaume de Million, that hair poster. Okay. I never did lift this thing, did I? Well, it's not going to happen now that I've got bullets in me. Oh, I need my flashlight. Oh, and also Kim wants to talk. Hi.
It's dark.
Yeah, I'm getting out a flashlight, dude. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Got it, Kim. No need to rub it in. Is there more to look at in here? I thought I already looked at all of this. Skis with slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. Steel rotor blades bearing the slipstream logo. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. I don't get it. Look! The skis and the rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems like they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, then pivoted to producing the other. The question is, which did they start with and which did they pivot to? That's a good question. What a strange leap of imagination, and yet they still failed. How sad. Reality is ruthless. Oh. Production schedule filament memory. I guess I haven't been in there. Ooh. But where are the clothes it used to display? With the mannequin? Oh. Hold on. We can shivers this. Let's put on some shiver clothes. Do I have anything else? Shivers +2. I'm pretty sure I have something else. Maybe not. I'm gonna go through all of my clothes anyway. Nope. Alright. The answer is always a sword. Why hasn't her business failed? A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside of the building, exposed to the atmosphere. This is still just a theory, but hear me out. I think I know why your business hasn't failed. Didn't we already talk about this? She asked. I don't even remember what her accent is. I think it's some kind of French. As the wind continues to seep through the cracks in the old chimney. It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area. What are you talking about? She says, shaking her head. My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Ghislain. No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture, its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city. No, this used to be a coal plant. Touch the safety curtains. You're in the chimney of another building. That doesn't make any sense. She looks around in the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where's this coming from? I'm just using logic. It's windy here. You probably haven't properly sealed the chimney crown. She says, looking up. You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure? Rest assured, no psychic attacks will reach you here. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face. What? Do you know what this is? She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Looks like a regular piece of jewelry to me. It's a mourning ring, she replies. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop, right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, but with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. Why are you telling me this? It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought it was just the world, that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? She closes her eyes. That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Don't call it a dump. You've made it nice and cozy in here. Yeah, she stares out the window, not really hearing your words. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you wanted. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be. You can try again. Still, there's something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world. She picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. She gives you a tired smile. Also, I think I found the actual source of the curse. You mean the curse that I'm spared of, because I live outside the immediate reach. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be. I'm listening. She leans back in her chair, arms crossed across the chest. There's a 2-millimeter hole in reality located in a church on the other side of the canal, and I think it may be related to the Pale. Excuse me? She sits up, visibly agitated. A 2-millimeter hole in reality? This can't be true. I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sooner Lieutenant Killier, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery. Suna is involved in this? She appears to take this in while the chatter from her headphones continues unabated. So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world. She looks outside the window where the daylight has filled the yard. What? No, I wouldn't go as far to say the entire world is doomed. Just Martinez? She gives you a rueful smile and takes a look around. In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully. Alright, bye! We did it! Alright, let's look at our list of tasks to see what else we need to do. Okay, find the murder weapon. Getting the hangman's boots is impossible. Add even more beauty to the wall. So we need to try to get the brush and contact the station. I think for that we need, for the brush, I think we need conceptualization. For contacting the station, we might need composure or authority. All red checks fail. Oof. Big oof. Alright, let's see. Do you have anything else for conceptualization? Oh, that's right. I forgot we had empathy shoes. No, okay, that's it. Also, we don't need to be holding that, so let's hold around the... Oh, that's the player. Where's the multi-tool? Here we go. Let's carry that around. Oh, she's not up there anymore. She might be in her little place, though. Like, holed up in her little house. Or it's possible that she's gone and we won't be able to do this anymore because we didn't get the brush from her before. We'll find out. She's not here. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Well, I have a feeling we're not going to find her anymore. That's okay. It just gives me more reason to replay the game, I guess. Okay, composure. Composure. Alright, we'll go with this outfit for now. Nope. Okay, let's call the station. Connect me with the 41st. 10-4, coming officer, over. Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as a La Puta Madre's peon. Do you think I'm corrupted? 10-4, sir. There's a pause as he seems to mull it over behind his enormous radio microphone. Well, there's been some talk, sir, he finally says reluctantly. Must be the new Diablo game. Hey, Golden, welcome. Some talk? What does it mean that there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not? I only meant that there's been some talk at the station, that's all. There's always some talk at the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Alright, bye. Well, mystery solved. Or not really. But it's fine. Alright. Time to put on our investigating clothes. I have a logic shirt. Yeah, logic shirt. I'm wearing visual calculus glasses will be fine. Perception shoes. Yeah. What's on my neck? Inland Empire and Volition. What are my other options? Just Inland Empire. Shivers. Or drama. Okay, I think this is good. I also like how the game's like, don't run, you hurt. And I'm like, nah, we're running everywhere, game. Let's do it. Easiest way to tell if someone is corrupt is to look at their car. Hey, can you guys tell me if I'm corrupt or not? I forget.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee. I wasn't shot in the foot. It was the shoulder and the thigh. Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
She's not letting it go that easy.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I also got shot in the chest. Point to your chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
I have a question for you. I don't want to...
Of course. Can I help you with something?
I don't want to brag about the people I've murdered. Our wife who's worried. She is. I mean, we went on a date, and then we come back to her a couple days later, and we're full of bullet holes. It makes sense to me. We need to get to that island. That won't be a problem. It's wind still, and the tar's just dried. She points to her skiff next to the jetty. We got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Can we borrow your boat? If you promise to bring it back. And no scrape in the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. Her eyes narrow. And no joyriding either. Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business? Aye, she nods. Nod along attentively. The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you. Aww. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then. She nods. Please be conservative with the fuel, will ya? Just fill her up, but it's a small tank. Will do. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle and you're off to the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. How sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. There's nothing else to do. Everything we need to do is on that island. Of course, we're standing on the prow like that. She's just standing there thinking, that's the man I'm gonna marry if he's still sober in 2 years. Is it a boat or a ship? I don't know the difference, definition-wise. Probably a boat. I think ships tend to be bigger. But yeah, hopefully by then we'll be over our wife who left us. I wonder how long ago she left us. Like, what the heck happened there? This music's really pretty. If this pace keeps up, we might just be on the boat for the rest of the stream. Okay, maybe not. Looks like we're going to be getting off right here. The boat comes to a slow stop. Kim turns the engine off, then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings, a flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms and the cliffs above you. Let's go, he whispers. Must be complete tasks. Go to the island, look for Ruby. Oh, that went real bad. I think I broke it. I think I broke it. Dang it. Hopefully we can skip this time. I'll try hitting escape. If not, then I don't know. Error 404, island not found. Alright, okay, yep. Get in and ride to the island. Is this skippable?
It doesn't seem to be. Oh, come on, game! Why would you do this to me? So how's everybody doing? Shenanigans. Alright, this time we'll just make sure we don't click on anything until it resolves. They spent 40% of their budget on this song, so they gotta make sure you hear it. I mean, it's a nice song, but man, I should be able to skip this. It's fine. I'm just gonna get myself something to drink. And we'll just chill for a bit. Donation break? What does that even mean? I wonder if we're gonna... I'm looking at the time. We obviously won't beat it tonight. Unless, like, we get really lucky and stumble into exactly what we're looking for. But it's weird to think this game's almost over. It's been quite long, though. I've been enjoying the ride. And we've been able to complete most of the tasks that we took on, so that's exciting. But it does make me wonder if we've missed some tasks that we never took on. Like, obviously we're never going to be able to get the boots. We may never be able to paint the artwork on the wall because we can't find Cindy anymore. That prow should be way lower in the water if you're standing like that. Yeah, it should be. Oh, I just noticed there's like oil drifting into the water here. Okay, don't touch anything. There we go. Okay, we're gonna save it here so I don't have to do this again. Okay, now we can clear our tasks. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast. This leads to the depot in Land's End. The lieutenant looks the mechanism overhead. Oh yes, so it seems. What do you think it was used for? For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain. As a defensive measure, locking off the side of the bay. Lock it from whom? From enemies? He looks up ahead. Enemies of the Commune of Revachol. The sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe. Good thing adventure game characters never learn to swim. Well, I think part of the issue here is that it's literally freezing. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Okay, I can't go that way. I have to go up here.
There's a lingering trace of mazut in the air. I don't know what mazut is. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black and viscous. Attention inflammable! Actually, it might just be attention inflammable, not inflammable. I think it's the same in both languages, actually. Literally cut holes in the ice to swim? Nonsense. Warm air from inside the building. It's warmer there than out here. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. ICM? This feels familiar somehow. RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia. It does. Why? The RCM may descend from the ICM? May. It's impossible to say. He looks towards the darkened doorway. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals. Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's gonna be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant. Just catch your breath. It's fine. He bows to inspect the barrel. This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign. A white star. Point to the star on the label. No. He looks at it. An upside down star. With its horns in the sky. Symbol of the commune. Are those speck stars too? No. That is the uninhabited archipelago. A DeLorean era symbol for the Insulind, known as the face of the sea. Looks old. What is it still doing here? After, he thinks, 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Yefretor. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city's full of things like this: old bullets, guns, fuel. Okay, but what is the ICM? Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. It's the black and white army of the revolution. Sounds an awful lot like... yeah. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. I think we have to go through this building. It feels like it's kind of forcing us down a particular path, like it's like a one-way street. Stairs here have collapsed. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bed sheet keeps the wind out. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor on a makeshift cupboard. They're not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic animal adventures. Not ominous at all. It's fine. It's just where a sniper was living. It's fine. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalist T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering, then back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders. Someone has made themselves a home. The lieutenant inspects a soft cover. I need to put on my conceptualization stuff. Hold up. Nope. Not a thing you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it's for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor. Nothing? Nothing out of the ordinary? Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print on some of these is pretty small, though. That person has good eyesight. Got a fair number of points. Alright, sure. Let's level up our conceptualization. Still a fail. Just books. One more. There we go. Oh, yes. Under the bed there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is dour life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by a small imprint such as Abattoir Firm and Usia? Usia? Let's say Usia. Not exactly light reading. Look, Kim, book, left wing. I have no comments, do you? Usia, he enunciates the word diligently. Humanitarian scientists stands out, not a lot of critical theory around Revisional West anymore. Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Critical theory books? What do you think this means? Whoever lives here, they have some education and a certain set of interests. Interesting. Okay. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and pillows are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket. Someone has been squatting here. The lieutenant inspects the bed. The linen is fresh, recently washed. Are you the sniper? Probably not. It's possible. We don't remember anything. But I don't think so, because we were dispatched here. We didn't arrive here until after the guy was dead, so probably not. How recently? A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out. Dang it. You know, officer? He looks at you with a touch of concern. You can rest here if you're feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. No. Yes, anytime you need a rest later, it's okay by me. You don't have to be a hero. I got shit to do. Alright, let's put on our pain threshold stuff. Don't I have a coat for that too? Hold on. That's something. Yeah. There we go. Fuck you, bullets. I do what I want. Books mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Ooh. A new scarf. Empathy scarf. Army surplus winter scarf. I'll take it. Microgrid generator. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth. It's cold now, he concludes. When someone has been maintaining it, the wiring has been repaired. Where do these wires lead? He looks at the wall socket. Downstairs somewhere. What kind of generator is this? Liquid carbon, I would imagine it takes mazout. He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. It's a kind that is favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold. If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. You tap on the side. A hollow ring. The canister's empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift. What does this mean, a generator here? I don't know. I am not a philosopher. That's his idea of a joke. I am! This generator proves the universe is material! Kick the generator. Good thing we put on all of our clothes. A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point. Ouch. Grab your wounded toe. He nods approvingly. He even smiles. I meant, why is it here? Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. The wind outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside it's warm. I'm holding onto the fuel for now in case I need it. This is once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. Let me go this way first. Ooh, wait, there's clothing! I'm stealing this. Give me that fallen arrower shirt. Man, we have almost the full set. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It is very small. It's on the other side. Another part of the island, probably? The lieutenant looks into the keyhole. It looks like it could still be usable. How do we open this? He looks at the door, then at his bigger brother, then at the lock. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open? There are no such doors. We open all doors. He's right. It would be better to open his big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We open the big one. You see the controls anywhere? I think there is a console just southeast. He shuffles his feet to stay warm. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan. Alrighty then. Where are you going? Oh, we can go this way. I didn't even realize. Hey, drummer boy. Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminum cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. Run your fingers across the keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades. What is this, then? It's a console of an antique computational device. The lieutenant points to the wires running into the machine. The generator upstairs with the wires coming out, they terminate here. Could this open the blast door? Possibly. He inspects the dials. Urgence, ouverte, allumée. Radio diffusée. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does? This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open the doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. Nothing happens. We need to restore power before doing this, officer. The generator, he looks upstairs. It didn't look like there was fuel in it. He then looks to the dim light to his right. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it? The boat engine? No. This hatch is jammed shut. Water rushes below, far below. If we had used this as paint, it wouldn't be available to fill the generator. So that means there should be another option that isn't taking it from the boat, I would think. A firing slit. You can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo in the water. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. I don't want to be a sniper. We're trying to catch him. Or her. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. There we go. Another fuel canister. This one's a Lum fuel canister. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with dramamine. Sniper style. Catch them in your crosshairs. To catch a sniper, you must think like a sniper. Where would a sniper be? In a sniper's nest. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits, like two eyes in the wall. Be triple prime. Aha! Here! Lieutenant lowers his voice, stepping closer with his hand on his gun. Looks like a good place to shoot from. A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use, brand name Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with the cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground right next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one out of the can. There's a silhouette of a tobacco picker. Oh, the silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Mutiri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druin, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Mutiri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar. Tio Mutiri, like the ones we found at Land's End, remember? I may have been wrong when I said it was unimportant. He stares into the can for a second. This means the same person could have visited both locations. Classic bean butt container. Definitely the sign of a murderer. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they kept it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot. There's a firing slit on the wall in front of you, like a little window. Touch the concrete. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than rain. Look through the hole in the concrete. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. I love the visual calculus in this. It's so good. A small piece of the Martinez coastlines opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. On the right. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rudising is Lane 10, the doomed commercial area. I mean, yeah, it's completely abandoned. No one's ever coming here. The only way you can get here is by a boat, and like pretty much nobody has them. It used to have more of a roof and walls. It did. It used to. On the left, a towering skyscraper, its top floor shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside Apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 33A and 33B, and between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Clausia's room in the snow, reflecting light. Motherfucker. What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window? More than that. Kim? With a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. Pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? He points to the makeshift bed. You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. So looking for a boat or captain who took people here? Maybe. The guy might have had his own boat. We still need to find the murder weapon. But yeah, we need to figure out who would have had access to this place, because it's... Yeah, they're like small islands off the coast. Hopefully not part of the back with the bullet hole. Yeah, that went through our shoulder, so I'm guessing I feel like he's padding lower. We're the only person who knows how to swim. I mean, I guess it's a long swim, and he'd have to be swimming with all of these supplies as well, and a rifle, and ammunition. I don't know. That doesn't seem likely. I think he's got a boat. Affirmative. Why didn't we come here before? Why? Why don't we go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene? That's not procedure. 6 people are dead. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk. He looks north over the fortification, then adds, We will make up for it. Here, I feel it. Could the shooter still be here? Well, he looks behind his back. Right here! Point of the mattress. No, on this island. He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, We should move now. Speaking of which, I've got a bullet. Okay. A boat would be noisy, someone would hear it. Not if it's like a rowboat. Also, let's look at the map. So this whole area is super abandoned. This whole area is super abandoned. There's like a couple of people who live here. And then there was like a couple of people who live in a tent here. So they probably, because we found cigarette butts here and then again in here, they probably took a boat like that. There's also a door that we haven't been able to open. It's possible that this could be like an underwater passageway, which is weird, but it's possible. But I feel what's happened is that they were here smoking because we found the cigarette butts. They took a boat from here to here. It could be like a rowboat that would be pretty quiet. Or it could be a motorboat. I don't know. But either way, they probably crossed here and then set up shop here, and then they watched, waited for their moment, and then they sniped. I think that's what happened. This is our sniper ducky. They can make a raft out of damn near anything. Anyway, I'm sure it'll become apparent as we continue to investigate. No way to jump down from here without breaking a few bones. Yeah, we've been hurt enough. Let's keep going. Oh gosh, I'm gonna keep going. It's 9 o'clock, but I want to keep going. I have to know more. Oh, that's upstairs. Okay. So we need to go to the generator. Pour fuel into the tank. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous fluid pours out and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. You pull the rope. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old war horse before settling down to rattle. That should do it. All right. Alright. A dim golden glow animates the console, faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouverte reads one dial key. Allume reads the other. It's on, he smells. Turn emergency open. I looked up a walk to keep going through might be worth it than doing very little on another stream. Yeah, I feel like we're very close to the door, so end. So yeah. Thanks for checking, Gummy Bread. I think we're just gonna finish it. Depending on how long it takes me. But I feel like, yeah, we're very close. After you, the lieutenant gestures at the opening. Let's go. Didn't look at actual spoilers or anything, so I don't know how long this part is, though, so that might be terrible advice. We'll see. Small white flowers blossom all around you. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. Oh. An old man wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle and gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight, yes, helps me see all this shit.
He clears his throat. Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
He breathes out with a wheeze. How'd you know I was coming?
The boat engine on the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice, it's a piece of shit. Gets the job done.
He shrugs. Is that a Bell McGrave?
It's a Trigon 446.
Southeast Samaritan made, exotic, must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to
A
mind.
Samaran rifle? How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. Shinyak commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from a board.
His gaze turns inward. I heard the song you were blasting out while sailing over here. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You're a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
He looks at you in the eye. Well, fuck. Let's just go for it. The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be?
Lieutenant Double Yefrider.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway.
He sighs.
It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then stares at it just lying there. Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. Strange sadness, like a song. You let it be. The old man pulls back on the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. Pick up the gun. Lying in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frames stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. You inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm made of walnut. On the butt you see Vespertine writing burnt into the wood. Triangon 4.46mm made in Hinxiao. This uses jacketed ammunition 4.46. The right type and the right caliber, the lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun. It's as he said, it's Triangon made in Xinyao. You once said it had to be a Belle McGrave. The lieutenant does not take his eyes off the old man. We were just guessing. You may call it now, I have arrived. Hey, you crit witch. We are definitely towards the end. I think we just found the guy who killed the murder victim. This is a lot of reading. Good thing I've done visual novels and Sunless Skies in the past. From ballistics, it could have easily been the Triangon too. It doesn't matter if it was made in Shantith. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition, and it does. Stow the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His left arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession. In time. Those words, the future teaches you. Real music. Was that his accent? I don't even remember. Real music is la révolutionnaire, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soda of the black and whites. You need to address that remark. I'm not a shit-licking bougie dog. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job. The job of a bougie dog. What is La Révolutionnaire? Is the anthem of the world revolution. His eyes remain fixed on the sky, one of three. In Grad they sang brave children, favorites of history, and in Xinyao was... He struggles to remember, then gives up. Some Sumerian shit, I guess. How does it go, the song? How did it go? He looks at his gun in your hand and shakes his head slowly. Something about shooting rabbits, I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now. He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. Who are you? My name. He looks across the water, then back at you. Is Yosef Lilyanovich Dros, political commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull. The Commune of Revachol. The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth. Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Shamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. You've been on this island for 43 years? No. He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises somewhere between the charred logs. I've been on other islands too. I was on Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound until the sea washed it over. And then I came back here. That was, he thinks, 22 years ago. So he's... okay, so he's lived here for that long. Then why did he shoot the guy? Maybe he recognized him from back in the war times? Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years. 43 years and 10 months. That's steadfast. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. He grimaces, clearly in pain. I just couldn't forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw. What have you been doing during all this time? Hiding, fishing, waiting. He looks across the water. Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people are walking the gas streetlights that have already been switched off. Further inland in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers, men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Always waiting. The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? For her to return. Her who? Oh, wrong voice. Her who? Girl child of revolution. Women will always betray you. This old guy was young during the war, though. Yeah. I just don't remember... if he was waiting for revolution, there's two things. Either he knew the guy, because he's been hopping around islands. How old was the dead guy? In his 30s. Yeah, he's too young. He's much too young. Because if he's been here for 22 years... yeah, he wouldn't have even been in the military academy or whatever it was. So the only thing I can think of is that he did that to try to light the spark of revolution. Yeah, exactly, drummer boy. That's what I'm thinking now. Women are more susceptible to bourgeoisie morals. He blinks his black eyes. The material base for an uprising is eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. Historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do. You said you deserted your unit. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I was volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. He clears his throat. And of courage, too. Lapse of faith? You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Masovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold? What's reaction? Petty bourgeoisie terror. It's in all men. It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really, not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid. And this was when? The lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out. Ooh, I'm glad you finally got to make a banana bread. Did you get the chocolate chunks like you talked about, or just regular banana bread? I gotta figure out what to do for dinner after this, and then probably have a piece of cake. May the 13th. Oh wait, 44 years ago. He looks north. You're still lazy, fair. The horizon was black with coalition airships. The petroleum rose into the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. Dark magic? The combined might of the international capital, all at once. All the greed and terror in the world. Turned to ravishing. It lifted streets on the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flag tower. He gestures towards it. Huddled on the floor, the artillery was 80 kilometers away in a zone. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash, so I said I was going to the map room. He looks east. A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. Shame and the smallness of what he became. You didn't go to the map room. No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there. Like the weakest of the weak. I wonder if we had been able to get into that bunker, if we would have found traces of him or something about this. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning roaring. T-t-t. He looks to the sky. When was that? Airships. Oh, what was that? Not when. Airships. I climbed out. He closes his eyes. Into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I'd left them without ideological direction. He opens his eyes and stares straight through you. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone. Everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. He has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death, the sweetest, most courageous people in the world. He is silent for a second. You see the fear and power in his eyes. Then you know. What? That the bourgeoisie are not human. Let's let him finish. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, what?
He looks around.
It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol, and I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congeniality de font King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against the airborne landing, against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Ravishal?
Coalition military called it Operation Death Blow.
He winces.
I later found out on the radio they called it Death Blow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on this Caillou alone.
Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it.
He shakes his head slowly.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
He nods. Shaitan, Ahura, the darkened one. We're so good at conceptualization. How have you survived all of this?
How does anyone survive?
He looked at his worn running shoes.
I steal.
Now hold on there. That's a choice. You could have become self-employed. Create the system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Tross? I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail, gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over. I need to die.
A droll smile stretches across his mouth.
You don't have medical facilities, you have guns. That's all they give you, toy guns.
You also have Dromine. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing, others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I didn't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain. Oh no, you know, the lieutenant's about to say something. We'll let him talk.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
This game is really cool. It's pretty heavy. It deals with some really heavy stuff, specifically around addiction and suicide, but it's really good.
Traitors, he's better alone.
He nods towards Martinez.
I watched the people of the city turn the lights back on, more and more each year, ruins glimmering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard and intense. He shakes his head. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
He closes his eyes.
Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, but they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust.
He turns south.
But Jamrock, Faubourg, even Coron and Boogie Street, of course, those fucking Kipsidmas of coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them.
He shakes his head.
Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night I used a dinghy.
He nods towards the deflated tire in the reeds. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed on the ground. Patrols, you lot. The commons too, they started snitching. In the city, you move underground? From bunker to bunker, he nods. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into the town if I wanted. I just... He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, dogs. Men without ideas are only animals. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? The propaganda bunker? He coughs. I used to, but not anymore. Propaganda bunker? They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves, 2 young boys. Killed themselves? A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking about them. He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. No need to go underground anymore. It's better than the ruins on the ground. The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there? He looks at you, then pulls the raincoat tighter around his neck. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmont graves, right? They were? Useless now. Rusted away. So you've been there? Sleeping, he coughs. Some nights I'm more scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however. You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on a map he's walked across. One more question. Do you smoke Motiri cigarettes? I do. He coughs. Ever smoke them on the mainland? Point to Land's End. They're good. He nods. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the peg too. Reminds me of the last century. Tell me another thing. The old man looks at the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it. You said this is your termless surrender. You're with the RCM. He waves in your general direction. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeoisie morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Fredo. We're with the RCM. Let's just leave it at that. Let's. He looks you in the eye. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent the Reveterie, le Parti Communiste d'Insuline. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity. His hands shake as he breaks into a coughing fit. A spray of blood from his mouth on the back of on the black charcoal of the fire pit. Renee, the royalist on the coast, said, "The communards signed the Revolutionary instrument of surrender." Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. He draws his breath. I answer to the Communist Party. Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender? He just wipes the blood from his chin. Understood. I don't think you did. He stares at the fire pit. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods is not real. So, you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army? No. I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I bring the party. I belong to the party, not the army. But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps. Trained, he nods, in historical materialism, then assigned as political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something. Wait, what does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs. The lieutenant speaks softly. His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follow the ideology of the commune. Scientific communism! The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. A commissionaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution. A future human. Alright, I need a drink. His voice is killing me. That means you're a trained communist, right? He nods slowly, then another tremor. He looks away to the sea and lets out a cough. I have another serious question for you. I would like to assess his body language. I don't have my composure clothes on, though. There is nothing serious in this world. He looks at the gun in your hand. It's a farce. That's it for now, old man. Stay put. I ain't going anywhere. Alright, let's put on our composure clothes. Where are my shoes? There they are.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
If it's not serious, then what is worth killing for? What do you mean? What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain or the cough or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, he is surprisingly okay. Indeed, he speaks fluidly, his movements are rapid if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. But by what? It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost, too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads. As he just stares at the logs or the reeds, he also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Dementia? You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage, like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on. Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of substance, like a psychoactive substance? No! He snaps out of staring through you. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of the city. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps. Are you on amphetamines? Like some kind of decadent rock star? He doesn't dignify it with more of an answer. Are you okay? How is your memory? He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people. There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage. And the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you've not tried. Keep your eyes peeled. What have you been using this gun for? I've used it for killing people. Killing people? It's a gun, is what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property? I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people. Interesting, the lieutenant nods. During or after the war? There is no after the war. He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. Class war is never over. So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. Going straight, no euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, be careful now. Slow and steady doesn't make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? What did I just say? He keeps shaking his head, erratic suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye. What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now. Wait, so which one do I say then? Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes turn and look at you. And then, in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull. What? All is not as it seems. Detective? The lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. We're missing something. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last 2 weeks? I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer. And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time. Thanks, suggestion. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel? So who now? He leans in and cups his ear. He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling rags. Did you shoot him? Oh yes, that one. He looks up to the sky and clacks his tongue. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Did you kill him? The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him. I am a son of a welder. And an officer of the Communal Revision. He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on and get a confession. The scent of blood is in the air, but what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the Trigon 446. Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there? It's a real gun. He points to the lieutenant's holster. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you just ask them to give you a real weapon? He chortles. Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed. Damn, he saw you. He watched it happen. You would have had a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. You know what? The lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it in? Dramatically. You think we have the murder weapon? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range, he lists. We have it. This is the murder weapon. I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. Good. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line. This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have a murder weapon, you have a killer. Murder. The old man does not say any more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. What is he looking at in the reeds? He keeps looking at the reeds. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. I saw you poking around there looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead faces. A jitter passes him. Did you like the view? You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete specifically meant for top pilot use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. The lieutenant softens his voice. You've been here a long time, Mr. Thros. Too long. You clearly need medical aid. I'm ready to die, the man interrupts him, then coughs. I've done my part. He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascist for fascist and done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope. One thing. Where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else. Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. That's your problem now. He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on. It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into the window at all of Martinez. Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radar Gauche is right. You have worms in your brain. Another sudden twitch. Then one more in his right eye. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. Oh yeah. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait. Don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust from the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Oh, of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Of course. There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Show him the dried flower. Damn Maybells. He looks at the blossoming field behind you. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year too. Spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. They blossom on the islas before. We fertilize them with our blood. He looks to the water. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets turning green, with little white flowers and white snow. The coast too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeoisie children to play with. You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly. Do you know any secret paths, speedball workshops? I may. A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman named Clausia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers are behind her window. Clausia. He knows her, but he hadn't heard the name. Yes, Clausia. You hadn't heard her name, had you? My ears don't reach the city. But you know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary? With the victim. He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch and spasm. There's a small tremble. It's like a smile. A crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. He looks at his running shoes covered in mud. Some shit. Show me the source, please, Mr. Thros. Have a great night, Crit Witch. We'll probably be done by the time you're done, but we'll see. And it was so nice that you got to hang out. I'm glad that we are running a little late tonight. Fucking imbecile. The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of his worn-out running shoe on his feet. The maker is called Sansaric. You can see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. A spiral pattern. It wasn't a spiral pattern, was it? It was like a horizontal pattern. Got to see more than 15 minutes. Woo! Yeah. Have a good night, Grit Witch. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor in the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. Drama easy, so we should be able to get this. The size fits, but not the soul. The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now. People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around. Racking those brains, are you? He squints at you, black pearls gleaming with hatred. Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck. The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his, you can see it in those eyes, and he can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind, seagulls in the distance. We're still missing something, though. He suddenly jerks to life. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer dripping with blood. He was a soldier, too. He was a man. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. He breathes in with strange animation. You hounds get so thorough when company-trained killers die. I haven't seen you on the coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. He looks you dead in the eye, pupils shaking. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds. He breathes through flared nostrils. This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him. So you shot him. Oh, the inhumanity! He closes his black eyes. One paramilitary lesson ever show. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger. The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath. Hold your breath. I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them in phase, and I pulled the trigger, and he flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. He begins to smile. I didn't think I had a shot like that at me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there, with his mouth full of death, that stupid look on his face. The smile quivers, and his dick still in her. Then what? Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what was left of it anyway. My last spring here, I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did. The lieutenant just looks at him for 1, maybe 2 seconds, then breaks the silence. Mr. Thoreau, are you aware you're confessing to murder? Yes. A single word is all he gives. The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly. And you were looking at them, the victim and the young woman having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night before you shot him? The old man nods. Why? Because that is what they were doing. He shrugs and smacks his lips. The motive? This is where the motive is going to come from. I don't understand. He turns to look to you. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part. Why were you looking at them that night? I'm always looking. He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his left side down, lower in intensity. Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? He explains. I'm just trying to understand. A rifle scope has the best magnification. And if you don't like it, you pull the trigger? Yes. He looks you in the eye. Think of it as a form of critique. He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Some fucking. He looks at the charred wood. I didn't like that. Were you jealous? Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the weaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted her to see his head explode. He nods. That too. So she should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew that he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That is all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. He squints. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her butt. He shrugs. You can't have everything. How long have you been watching her? Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking into Reed's early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night moving. Past the Feld building on the coast, what was she doing there? Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up on the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. And beautiful. And beautiful. That too, he nods. How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark? The sun came up and her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on. Right there. He shakes his head. She needed it just to move. What do you think she hid there? Her passport and tickets to Villers. He coughs. And from there to Cachabrum. In the free state of Seminine. Hidden away at the edges of the earth near the Pale. Some kind of hidden container on the coast. You looked into it. Yes. After she gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually. Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. The lieutenant mutters to himself. Did you take the documents? No, I put them back. Where would I take them? I'm not going to phone. He seems confused momentarily. Or, I mean... Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this? I did. He almost smiles. She had a face like an archipelago, with all those birthmarks, and a body odd and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow, I could see she'd taken a beating. I could see who she was too, he nods. A spook, on the run. Ravishes the cloaca of a capital now. All the begmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals. You could tell she was a spook from the documents? She had different color in her hair and the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sort of bourgeoisie affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out on a scope. And you can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle? Oh no. We'll see. You can't see bruises on a scope, it's just a blur. He shakes his silver gray head. Come on! Nope, we failed. He must have climbed to the roof, maybe? How did we not get that? How did you get close enough to see her bruises, Mr. Dross? I have my ways. A cracked smile appears on his dried white lips. Yeah, he's been spying on her, clearly. At least Kim got it. You've been through the secret route behind the welding and rags. The lieutenant steps in. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Thank God the lieutenant is picking it up. But that nook too? The lieutenant does not let you finish. Yes, that too. He shakes his head almost in awe. The things they did in that little room what she do to feel good. He explains. Funny, the way light works. You turn it on inside and it gets so dark that you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s when they were still haunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but... He keeps shaking his head. Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen, a quick glance at you, and at the man. How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop? I can just walk in there now, after a good wash. I told you they think I am an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time, the kitchen's empty. You had to open the steel door in the kitchen. How? I got it open a long time ago. Some bourgeoisie gay merchant lived there, I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. He points towards the whirling in rags. And he found a use for it, a spare key, like one hanging behind the union box window. Did you have feelings for that woman? There's... He sighs. There's nothing to hold on to, only this is not enough. The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. He looks to the city. It's weakness, I know. Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window? No. He starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then? I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying like a child. In the corner of her room on the floor like she does sometimes. When was this? The day after I killed him. And you brought her Maybells? Yes. He looks at the charred logs. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. You wanted to console her? Maybe. He lowers his head and just stares at the logs. I told you. I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you. He wipes his eyes. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. So in conclusion, this wasn't about him, it was about her. Ugh, he repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye. There's something in the reeds! The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. Also, so many skill points that we're getting. When are we going to use them? The old man, like, we've leveled up like 2 or 3 times in this conversation, but it feels like it's the end of the game. The old man looks at you, suddenly remembering something. Where is she? That Glacia. I haven't seen her there for days. New game plus, I guess? Is that a thing? I feel like it's not a thing. Maybe it is. She got away. We don't know where she is. Good for her. He looks to the city and nods. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, it's last week kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof. Like she knew I was here. He says to no one in particular. It doesn't matter. You've been hoarding them like a stat sheet dragon? I have! It's true, but I spend them when I need them. I've only been hoarding them this past, like this stream and the stream before. I usually like to keep like 1 or 2 in reserve, but I must have leveled up a whole bunch last stream, and I just haven't really needed to put them in stuff. I probably should have put them into reaction. Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft. Look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol, yet she still smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another far south. Smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out day by day, cigarette by cigarette. We could get more. Lieutenant uses the opportunity to tell you in a lowered voice. We've got them talking. First, I need water, because dang, this guy's voice is killing me. Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in, bend his arms behind his back, and end this. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? A tragic comedy. He shakes to life. Druggies, prostitutes, rentier. A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. He straightens his back. The familiar but of hatred. More specifically? Specifically, this whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon, but Martinez. He shakes his head in grave disgust. Martinez is the worst. How come? Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows in the ruins and the lorries, he points inland. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revision 92, race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it, Mr. Clare. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, in the town square to spit upon the working class. Let him finish. Do not interrupt. Not since the source of ancient Perconassis has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, he points to the church. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all? The worst of them is the blood-drawn Sucreant on her yacht, licking her lips. The old horse gone now. Gun-toting porcelain men are dead, so... Actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in no zone, or Croyant Moraine, or some other island they've built the palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. What the fuck? That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain is an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frizzle is now dead. Okay. She was, I think she did like, she was like a corporate spy. She wasn't like a political spy. He says she was some kind of spook. But yeah, she was on the run because she was like a corporate spy. She was like, she would infiltrate other corporations and steal their secrets and like sell them. Yeah. And that's kind of what caught up to her, which is why she's on the run now. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only in the 30s those disco whores. What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word. The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There's something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. I don't think so. I want to talk about Renee, though, because Renee's now dead. What if he killed Renee, too? Because we don't know how he died. Though Renee was sick. So it could be just that his illness took him. I don't care, though. I'm tired. Glad we talked about all this now. Glad? He's all gone. He stares into the dust at his feet. Gray and dirty spring grass all around him. I'm done. Yosef Lilyanovich Dros, you're under arrest for the murder of Elias Kortinar. What? The old man's eyes fill with sudden, unexpected terror at the words. But you said I would be taken to the... The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues like an incantation. Your wayfare rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week. You must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand? But, do you understand, sir? No, I don't want to. I have to stay here. He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too, eyes getting blacker and blacker. Your confirmation is not requested, sir. The lieutenant turns to you. Now, onto the boat. Wait. Sixes! There it is again, to your north. As it has been since you came to the coast, the reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then in the middle of it... What? Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin made of reeds and rushes. Wait! Is this the Phasmid? And then it's gone, drowned out by the lieutenant's voice. Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat? Shh! Kim, do you hear that? What? What are you talking about? Is this... The old man's voice drowns in all of a sudden... Us, in a sudden gust of wind. Really us. Your skin crawls. The Phasmid! It's real! I'm very excited. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. What is that? The old man looks out at the reeds, then at you. What are you talking about? A giant bug! Watch out! He looks confused. There's nothing there. The sticked insect is over 3 meters tall. He looks straight at you with his tiny pinprick eyes and grotesquely small head. I mean, maybe we're just insane. I don't know. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun. There is! I see it! See what exactly a bug? He does not understand. Kim, can you see it? I can see it. 4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see it, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there. Spinning slowly in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender. Be very, very careful. The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant anthropod. Okay. Hold on. I have a bajillion skill points. What do I need to study a phasmid? I need to know this. What do I need? I could just put like a 1 point in everything pretty much. Save game. I can look if you want. It's okay. Yeah, we'll save it here. As long as it's not a red check. Electrochemistry, really? Alright, we can put a point in that. Okay, we have electrochemistry pants on. I think the hobo gloves gives electrochemistry. Anything else? I don't think so. The other significant check is a white one. Okay. Alright. We're not gonna run this time. We'll just do a little walk. Hi! The creature stands on long, stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair. White and curled at the tips. Maybe Inland Empire to talk to. We'll find out! Hello! I don't know how to pronounce your name, so let's call you Seven. What's up? It's no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out from its joints as the insect moves its forearms to produce a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. No wonder they couldn't catch it. This thing's huge. Those traps were tiny. The hiss? Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, corpse will be marked by stars. Weakness childhood experience. -1 for shaved after pheromones. We're good. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps towards the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antenna to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. Raise your hand slowly. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. Raise the other hand, too. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white like stalks of porcelain knitting above you, praying to you. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you. Parting the reeds it emerged from, tuft-like structures still rustle in its joints. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue to surround you. Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. Kim, it's foaming. Careful, it may be poisonous. The lieutenant watches you apprehensively. Oh, we do need Inland Empire. The foam slowly turns a darker shade like burnt caramel as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. Little bubbles begin to burst one by one. Okay, we got tons of skill points, so we're just gonna try it. Ah. Nothing. Its simple eyes give off no flicker of light. No one is home. The twitches of its limbs are insect-like, unknowable, perhaps without substance even. I want there to be more. Mute, the insect foams from its mouth parts, tilting the plates as infused together with its head, from left to right without reason, disengage slowly. The arthropod follows you with its antenna. As you back off, the cracks and hisses of the tape that come to grow even more distant. Okay. So I need Inland Empire. I have things for that. And then I'll need to put a point into it so I can try the check again. Do I just have the one thing? Just the one thing. Alright then. Okay, let's try again. 83. There we go. I exist. I exist too. Do I have my ledger thingy? Oh yeah. I forget which one ours is though. But yeah, I forgot that the ledger gives you stuff, but we're good. Tell me what it's like for you. It's Wunderbar. Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now I will tell you what it's like for me. For me it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient, dim, moist. Intruded upon by what? Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. I'll speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless. So light it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing? I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, I would never ache. Oh, it would never ache. I am glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain, it must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass, eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great mute empathy for you. It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together. That must be incredibly hard. The anthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we are watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up, bud from you banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in the sky funeral, in honor of your passing, but not me, because I am just a leaf eater. Detective. I am a detective. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? The killer. He is in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It's meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads, but he has looked at me too long and I'm destroying him. Where does this come from? All this around us, the world. Not even the birds know that, not even the water lilies. Then all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day with no answer. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or a reed. What exactly are you? I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulinia Nisola. For the last 350 years I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, moldering, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and buoys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers in the land surveyors of the suzerain, and by the soldiers of the revolution, and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens' Militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are total extreme madness, a volatile simian nervous system ominously new to the planet. The Pale, too, came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Snidarians do not. The radically symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made? Just called you a crazy monkey. I mean, we kind of are.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality, a great unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. Vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Given enough time, you would wipe us all out and replace us with nothing, just by accident. How? We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out an anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing, only much worse. Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts. Worse how? Everything your eyes touch goes black there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink.
I'm not blinking! You'll leave if I blink!
What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? Have I always thought this way? No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
No blinking!
I have already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much. So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it, he whispers. Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind? Okay. After a second, the lieutenant asks, is it somehow related to the case? Sort of. I think we should take the picture and then you should back away from the unstudied species. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all. No, there is one more. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward for all mankind. Our ex-wife. I will. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that. Okay, Kim, take the picture. Okay. With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level. There's no change in the insect's motion while it is being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you. In 3. The man whispers, his voice is tense. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. And it's gonna be gone. Oh, dang! Look at the picture! What if you kill it with the camera? I'll be very sad. The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in the bright light, head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. Don't die. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well in the shadow of this giant statue of chitinous marble. I got it. You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops on the photo of paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks across the reeds in the sky, and you, a shadow before it. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over, its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Run your hand up the slender limb higher. A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There's some kind of countdown happening. As it's slowly processing the overwhelming brightness of the signal, the invertebrate is regaining control. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. The antennas hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold. Ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. Yeah, the art is beautiful. I love the brush strokes. It's surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young bean? It's even a bit wet. Be careful, detective. It's moving. Look at your finger. You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. Why would I lick my finger? This seems like a bad idea. We're licking our finger. I'm too curious for my own good. It tastes like sugar. Very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of leaves pointing from the limb it had alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water. We got it. Back off. For detective reasons, I guess. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life like a record continuing where it left off in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water. The long limbs carry its feather weight without breaking its surface. Goodbye. You explode into bees. No! And just like that, it's gone. Skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it. In the place it stood bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items. It's gone. The lieutenant looks north, with his hand raised to his brow. You can walk on water? Apparently, yes. Like a water strider, only... He shakes his head with amazement. I've never seen anything like that in my life. What is that in the reeds? He squints. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. What now? What now? The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black. Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him. But first... the helmet! And the scope, of course. So we got the gun, we got the scope, we got the helmet. The only thing we're missing are the boots, which we left on the corpse because we didn't realize we could, like, sneakily take them until we had already sent it for processing, but it's fine.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
The old man looks around confused. Something is very wrong with him now. Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
See?
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth is shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. Snap your fingers under his nose. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility.
Lieutenant inspects him gently.
The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
He looks at him, then you. I think it's the phasmid.
Yes. The arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress.
He looks at you.
But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now. I think he's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has the symptoms of an addict, and not the normal symptoms.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
He examines the catatonic man's eyes. He couldn't see it, Kim. It just reads for him.
That could be part of the shock, but you're right. Something is off here, Mr. Dross.
He touches the man's shoulder. No response.
Before, even when I evaluated his state,
he seemed strangely animated.
He nods. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
He does not seem to be animated now once it's left.
He looks to the sea.
Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive.
I mean, why not? He's 3 meters tall. He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. I'm so glad Kim was there to see the phasmid with us. So all narcomaniacs are just people who are around phasmids a lot? No, just this one. So could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition towards Miss Oranje.
He nods.
I can see what you mean.
You know what? He already thinks we're crazy. We've been honest with Kim. I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it was in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this.
He shakes his head in disbelief.
This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one will believe you without it. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross. He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should show him the scope.
He turns his eyes to it. I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross? He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope, then it somehow made its way over there with the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. Want Kim to roast you for licking the weird insect juice off your finger? I'm surprised he hasn't, honestly. Show him the ceramic helmet. Nothing, just dull staring, not even rage left wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea as he said he did, the upward pulled it back here. It makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up, or the phasmid even. Even if it did, this is incredible.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. It'll be safe here if we don't take too long.
Yep, let's go. Run! How do I even get back? I don't remember. This way? This way. I mean, it's only like 2:30 p.m. So we should have plenty of time to get back. I hope that they don't make us sit on a long boat ride again, though. Nana bread turned out good. Nice. I'm getting very hungry. It's way past my dinner time. But I want to wrap this up. Nana bread is always good. Usually. Game crashes, replay the whole sequence. No! Boo! If it does, I would end there probably. I don't know. Yeah, if I had to replay that whole sequence, I would just end there and do it again. I would pick it up next week. Had to let it cool and just had a slice. Nice. I'm hungry now. It's fine. We're getting there. We're almost done. Did I rest on the island? I haven't, no. I felt like it was important to get stuff done. But it's okay. If there was a scene that we missed, we can always do it. I can always do it when I replay it, because I'm definitely going to replay this game. Definitely recommend it now. Really? Okay. I guess there's probably going to be like a dream or something, maybe? Or like a cool conversation with Kim. Either way, we can go and do it real quick. The greasy old spring mattress lies in the corner, fresh linen under the heavy caracool cover. Sort of significant? I would like to do it then, if it's significant. The office still stands, he says, looking at the pillbox window. Take it, you don't look good. Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. You face the concrete wall. There's less light there. In the dark corner, like a dog, you lie there. Curl up with your knees close to your chest. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe? Sound of the sea beyond grows distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Kim? Lieutenant's no longer here. Go outside of the beach. Kim? The door is back like you never opened it. Kim stole our boat because he thought we were crazy. No! Kim was a dream. I hope not. I love Kim. Kim! Kim! Go down the chain. There's something there. Kim! Walk into the water now. I'm worried. You see footprints on the water. Further. I'm dreaming. Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship bag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Generally, this is not footprints on water. True. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mundi and Insulind. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could gain. I don't know, man. What is the holy suzerain doing here? Something seems off. Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence and glances to her right, then looks at her bag. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there. In Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter. My globe cruciger. A spare silk gown. a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, manna and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks over at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say than over her shoulder. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
She shakes her head. You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you. She does not answer. There's that expression again. You have to say something. All the stars burn in absolute silence. Have you ever realized?
The poetry thing is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. I really have to go. I don't even know how you got here.
Hey, Party Wipe Games. Yeah, we're having a trippy dream. I'm sorry. I'm foam. All I can do is foam. It's meaningless. Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more epic, massive showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really.
She looks at you plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh, God. Whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
She looks at you quizzically. Does not seem like a mystery she wants to go into. You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X something. You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome and at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch.
She keeps glancing over her shoulder nervously.
I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you. Shut up, I'm talking to her. That's the problem. Look what's pouring out of you. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too. But I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What? Say nothing. Just look at her. She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you've beaten animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man. You're the morning.
The morning. I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving. But you're not even dead.
Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the mourning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old. I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. I'm not allowed to say any. I have to say this, which I don't like. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundy and Insolent, and nothing else. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. She pulls up the silvery sleeve of her gown to check the time. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry. A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists. But that's not a very good way for things to be. It's not, but... She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good. I don't know why I said but. There's no but. That's it. That's it, yes. She looks up from her toes. We talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again. Where? In hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything. Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation. See? Her eyes widen. It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are a light blue, flecked with green. But I can. It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. No. Harry, we can't. Why? We already tried again and it didn't work. Is that how it is now? We should just try all the good things twice and then give up? By that logic, not you two. What went wrong when we tried again? I could do it better. I don't know. Please. She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why? Why can't we be together? I have to know. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane. Hey, Brodo. How's it going? Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals. Like, wow, that cop's crazy. They're turning moist now, her eyes. Slowly, she shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown. What do you mean by insane? You know what I mean. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a cop. It's not easy work. It's going okay. How have you been? I've been well, but I'm getting hungry. I'm ready for this game to be over because I wanted to finish it because there's not a lot left, but there's more left than I thought. And I'm hungry and it's fine. We're good. 8-hour stream, I bet. Yeah, we're not even done yet. A cop. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions. They're not lists, they're trees. This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. Didn't expect a cryptid encounter when I voted for keeping going. Same, but it was really cool. And now we're in a weird dream space. It's good, though. I'm not gonna die. It's fine. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. She corrects the wreath on her head with her hands trembling now. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. You've only communicated with encyclopedic trivia. I was so alone. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova. But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it. We both said a lot of things. We were very young. There's a reason I didn't bring this up after you decided to skip it first. It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna die. It's fine. It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers and her wrists. Her hands wrote it. Said those things. Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter. A handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. As Queen Regnant... words. I write a lot of letters. She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye. You need to recite it to her for effect, all of it. No summaries. Why? It's really tough to play it for this long if you're actually voicing all the lines. Yep. Hey, guess what? We did a really long stream of this on New Year's. We went from 3 p.m. to midnight, and now we're doing it again! It's fine. I'm just getting a little loopy, I feel like. I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a... Pause bitterly. Trip down memory lane. Start reciting. Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me and I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and I look back and something bow collector. I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You, every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast soul, and I will always come back to it. Okay. Stop. Yes, she surrenders. Are you happy now? There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Very well, she sighs. I wrote it. It was morning. We slept. There's a hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road, it was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This, she points to herself, has taken her place. It will devour you, Harry. I will eat your mind. The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips. Asking her to turn back is pointless. There was a boat collector, a light rail, streetcar number. 42. She nods sadly. That's the light rail that took me to Coron, to school and work. Every morning. It's the same stop I met you in, Harry. 100,000 million years ago. No human being should still remember the position of atoms such eons ago. It must feel unnaturally sad. A sadness so ancient it is shared by even archaeobacteria. I was cool? The coolest. She closes her eyes. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss, my first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that's all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore. A ticket stub. Yes.
Let's talk about that too. She nods. Let's bring it up. The zoo, in Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think! Were we there now? You could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go. She shakes her head. Virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. Voyager Road. I know that place. Where is it? It's here, Harry. She looks around. We're on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. The house. There. She points across the water into the darkness. You could not pay the electrical bill. Became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was no good. Surely the alcohol didn't help either. Were we drinking? She looks at her toenails sticking out from under the gown. Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a queen regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol, it was inevitability. See? If you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her, you could have sex on alcohol. Oh, shut up, electrochemistry. Get out. What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about? Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we've already talked about. Talk about it again. She looks over her shoulder. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodome. Don't go. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. Her fingers wrap around the bag handle. I'm gonna go now. You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go. We need to let her go. Okay, I understand. Nod silently like a martyr. No, you don't. You're just being a martyr, and I'm really going now. The time's up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. She turns. Will we ever see again? I won't see you, but you will see me. How can that be? Oh, Harry, this is a dream, can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? She looks around. A year? 2? 5 years ago? How will I see you again then? Right here. Tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti-frutti chewing gum, like I did that time after I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time so long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh, yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Well, at least we didn't dream Kim. I don't think I could handle that.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're a badass like that. That exact same scene, but with Kim, no, I would like cry. Okay, he replies simply. Tasks. The return. This is impossible, this is impossible. This is the only thing we have left to do. Come on, Kim, let's go. If it was Kim, it'd have more meaning. Well, I mean, we haven't forgotten Kim. If only you finished the homosexual underground thought. Oh, yeah, I should have. Too bad. Wait, how much time is left on that? Too long. How is this so long? Oh, well. It's fine. We don't need her. We got Kim. Oh, but Kim's gonna be leaving us too. He's gonna go back to his own precinct. The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock. Let's return to the mainland. We're done here, he says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water. The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there's someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff. A guy in a suit.
Look what the tide brought in.
Jean Vicom. Oh, it's these people. Okay, they're from my precinct, I'm pretty sure. Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes as he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Yep. Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags, but where are his sunglasses? No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
He takes a deep breath. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Yep.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicmar, and this is your special task force, or what's left of it.
He says, gesturing to his companions.
Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We have come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island where our investigation led us.
He points to the sea fort. The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence. It's as if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
She says warmly, flashing Kim the tiniest of smiles. Letting the lieutenant know that he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you. What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
He takes a step back.
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
He makes air quotes.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
He turns to you. What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker. You mentioned a task force? Yeah. Major Crimes Unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicmar. Ring any bells? Refresh my memory. Who else is in this? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstein, and Guillaume Bevy. He stares at you. I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Fuck you, you're part of this shit show. Yeah, okay, so first, who's Guillaume Bevy? Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. He's not smiling. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good, and then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent, because I'm forcing him to stay. This is Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses. Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses like you were? See, there! He wags his finger at you. He's getting it! I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. I was going to be funny. But then you really did have brain damage, so not so much anymore. Alright, so what does this unit do? Do? It's a Major Crimes Unit! We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit here now, Harry, because of you. The 41st isn't... He trails off, not wishing to finish that sentence. Duped again. No one is who they say they are. Duped. Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily. Okay, that does have something to do with it. Okay, yes. No, everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises. Whatever. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. God damn it, Harry. He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks at you in the eye. You told us to fuck off. You said we were cramping your style, your detective god. Fuck everything or we'll burn, detect, or die. I said all those things. I am not like that anymore. Sure. He squints at you. You're not a superstar law official. Talk of the town is your Guillaume le Million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing has changed. None of this is ringing any bells. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trent. He turns to the blonde. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning, all good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. Meaning you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pale, and so on. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, he makes air quotes, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was is all very interesting. Interesting. Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, he turns to you. What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and, why not, socioeconomically? Oh. You know what? That's a fair point. We lost our memory after we drove over here and crashed into the ice. What if we didn't drink ourselves... Huh. What if we didn't drink ourselves to amnesia? What if all of our memories got sucked out through the hole in reality? It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. Corresponding to the 20cm hole in your brain. Sure, the theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly. Precisely, Satellite Officer Vic Mark. It's Martinez. No option to show him the picture of the bug guy? I mean, the bug isn't relevant. Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It might have been anthroponetic or perhaps even related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it to my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage. Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think ancillary anthroponetics are a host. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven, however. What has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us. But Detective Vikmar? She interjects. He has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times after some of the more serious benders. She pauses, remembering. One was after Two Drunks case. The other one we looked onto that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all, something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. He gestures towards the scenery. Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape. To borrow a known metaphor, Harry's been pushed flat against it, total input. Hardwired to the free market, he nods confidently. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trant, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the Major Crimes Unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He is not a cretin, and he is able to do work, if not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective. What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Alright.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No! Now we're going to discuss that!
He points to the water.
What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I don't know. I don't know what it's doing there.
I do. You drove it into the water. Everyone on the street saw you do it. It's going to be a local landmark, too. On the brochure, thank you for fucking us, Harry. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You do know that, right? You're going to get fired and I'm going to pay until I die. It doesn't matter.
He exhales to calm his breathing.
Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic and the badge slips out of your hand. Well, we failed. It's fine. You juggle the badge for a second unsuccessfully and it lands on the ground some 2 meters away. Ouch, that strained your elbow trying to catch it, stupid thing. Damn it. You found it! Of course I did! I reported that I found it. The patrol officer picks it up and gives it back to you. Slippery and cold.
He found it, John. It's his badge.
The man stares at you unimpressed.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and your gun are natural states, not achievements. What is with all these material objects? Wait, how did you know I lost my gun?
You lost your fucking gun?
He looks around.
I knew it! I knew he lost it! Didn't I tell you? I told you he lost his gun too.
You may have accidentally admitted to losing it just now.
Ah, this isn't cause for celebration, it's bad. I would say it's very bad, yes.
He turns to you.
You lost your service weapon while drunk and then you couldn't find it because you're still drunk? You're drunk right now, aren't you?
I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming out of your mouth. I literally haven't done any drugs or drank any alcohol since I woke up that morning 6 days ago. This is so unfair. He knows you have your gun and he's still punishing you. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then? He's wounded. He looks at you. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse. Wait, it may be because of the pheromone? Detective, please, don't start talking about your pheromones again. This is serious. If you don't... She doesn't finish the sentence. And yes, I have handled an actual court. Wait, no idea what you're smelling. I've washed the death off of me. The man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for him. He should have done a better job, is what he's saying. None of this matters. My odor situation, it's meaningless compared to what I've discovered. What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Claudia, because you were too drunk to assess her flight risk. We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuraki's, we know. Oxygen holocaust, no. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island. Oh, well, if she was nice. He rubs his face in frustration. I'm not even going to get to the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you're Evercla's little peon now. Doing I don't know what for him. A small-time stuff that's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder. He did everything he could. The lieutenant interrupts him. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot not once but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. I also solved this case. It's solved. All of it. Detective, it's better if I do that, he says in a lowered voice. It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better. Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest that you didn't handle this situation. He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it. He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eyes and coughs. You spent the week with him on the case. What is your take? On the case? On Lieutenant Yefreta Dubois. Well, he pulls up his collar. The drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge, that's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week. See? 1 week. Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's just strange. Especially in light of his political views. Detective was, as you know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center. Not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. Odder still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always... He pinches the root of his nose. On the grind? How he reconciles these 2 points of view I do not know, but he is vocal about both of them. Am I? I mean, I just kind of say stuff sometimes. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. Something I was not present for. He breathes in sharply. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke. Which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out. Yeah, it was what it was. Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case. He has solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and a perpetrator locked on the island right now awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over the years. He pauses. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
New species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island camouflaged as the weeds. It unfolded from the weeds. I think he may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out, yay, the photo! He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. Do not blow it away! You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, I think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I'm not going to say anything. He can talk people into confessing anything, and he doesn't stop. Literally, we solved like 5 extra cases.
Fucking hell is that? The man cranes his neck, still looking at the photo. Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective? He turns to you. Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So, it is connected. I must say, he points to the photo, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. This is a very, very sad man who just has seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now, make your case. Now is the time, now or never. The killer, Leonovich Dros, we have a strong motive for him. Lilianovich, the special consultant raises an eyebrow, a revolutionary matronym. I don't have time for this. Straight to the motive, please. Of course. Excuse me. I just thought it was noteworthy. I'm done. I need to finish this. He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Leonovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years, 70-something? A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun matching the bullet wound found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dros confessed to. It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way, way more than that. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be just a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job. With a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
He buttons on his jacket.
And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It'll pass in time. There's also the dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes, falling through the gap in the boardwalk drunk.
How do you know I found him? The body was transported to Precinct 41, a morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of the funeral arrangements and family stuff. Not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us. Still, she says quietly, good work with the missing person detective. Still a point for you. No denying it. Everything else I feel like is irrelevant. But nobody has mentioned Archimedia once in 4 hours. Is this even the same game? It only came up those 2 times. Starting a nightclub is not points in my favor. The Phasma being female, I don't think matters. Looking into the Mystery of the Doom commercial area, again, I don't think matters. I don't think they care. I feel like I need to keep it to police stuff. So, what do you say? I want to take this hot shit back. I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved a murder, he shrugs. So I have to, Jude. A quick nod. Anything that ends the trial is okay to me. Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go. Okay, he sighs. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? I need to know. No. Okay then. Talks concluded. She hugs herself for warmth. Why am I like this? It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over and you're drunk. Some chick? Who? Dora something. Dora Ingerlund, he thinks. Yeah, you mentioned her name. Wait, Dora Ingerlund? Something like that. Have a son. Versailles is where beautiful and possibly blonde people come from. So we weren't even married. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. When was this, though? God, I don't know. He thinks. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. 6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you? 6 years? Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equal 1 normal year. That and though England really tore you a new one, a big one. Who was she? Incredibly bangable? Figures. Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeoisie woman. Waifish like a Wilkin, basically. Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from. Look. She turns to face the sea. The sun is about to go down. It's time to go home. I think she taught in the Académie des Arts. East of the river, way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chicos they drink, egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit, not a psychologist, several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? He pauses to think. A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that. In other words, he's heard enough about this. Fair enough. Well, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna miss you! Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It'll have to be good to cover all of this. And then I'll have a serious talk with my captain. About what? He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected on the lenses of his glasses. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Distant traffic. A scrape of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind. Want to do that at Station 41? Talk to Captain Price. I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering. No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41. Work with Price? A crooked smile quivers on his lips. I'm flattered, but I don't know if I... This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
The man turns very serious all of a sudden.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first, but I mean, whatever's coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the other. And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant, she says with a smile. Piles that we need to get back to, mountains even. I do like the sound of that.
Oh, we got an achievement! We recruited Detective Kim! He returns her smile! He's really considering it! That makes me so happy. I want to work with him forever. I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you. Then Vikmar.
Oh, fuck it, let's go.
The man points down the street.
Trent brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the noonday sky, the great district hums, a chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls in chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41 to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. En route to Saint Jerome, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Ew. Spring has come. It's time. Torson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstamm? No. Vikmar? Yes. Dubois? Yes. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from his list. I hear he's unstable. You say that looks like a bad thing, Captain. Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. The woman looks north. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
We did it! Best buddy cop movie ever, I know! GG! Woo! We did not open the container, nope. Hey, RJ. Yeah, we haven't opened it, but it's okay because I'm going to play it again off stream. There's so much more to explore. I have to keep playing it. I know the music's so loud I feel like to shout. Doesn't help me learn about the container though. True. Kim was more satisfying than solving any of the cases. It was really rewarding. Just stream opening the container. The same guy that voiced Funk also voiced your old partner. Oh. Oh, wow. It's so loud! Is this even disco? I don't even know what disco means in this world. What? Okay. The lead writer slash designer of this game was the frontman for a progressive rock band before. That might be why. Maybe. I know the music's super loud. That is, I feel like, one of the few complaints I have about this game is that, one, there's certain audio things that you can't seem to control the volume of, which sucks. And two, I really don't like having to repeatedly click to run everywhere. Thought it was just VA. Oh. Like they decided the song get actively louder as it went on, maybe. We did it! We beat the Disco Elysium! And man, that was a wild ride. I'm very curious. How does it play out if you never find the bullet? If you don't find the bullet and you just think it's a lynching, what happens? I have no idea. Click and hold to move is like 2001 technology. Yeah, that would have been fine, but we just had to like repeatedly click. I mean, come on. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for us. About time too. We've been going for almost 9 hours. It's fine though. You always do click to move, even if click and hold is a thing? I don't know. I feel like click to hold just would have been easier. I only ran a little over. Only like, what? 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's fine. Disco Elysium is currently not responding. It's not even midnight yet. Almost is. I don't stream this late though. Let's see if we can kill it in our task manager. Night's still young. Yeah, but I haven't had dinner. I'm hungry and tired. There it is. Disco. Get out of here. End task. There it goes. Is the hangry hours? Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm a little bit loopy. I'm ready to be done. It's fine though. Alright, let's get some music going. We'll roll some credits, say goodnight, tell y'all what's coming up this week on the streams. Come on, play the music. Play the music. Come on. Well, whatever. I'm gonna hit the roll credits button. I'm too tired to wait. There it goes. There it comes. Okay, cool. So thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Special thanks to Drummer Boy. Thanks for being on the mod team. And Starrybot. Thanks for being my bot. We got some new followers today. Thank you so much to CatLove2. Ellsworth. Thank you both so much for following. Uni, thank you so much for the subscription. Thanks so much for the 16 months. Thank you, thank you. We are going to be back tomorrow with an art stream. So if you like art and song requests and chill streams, come hang out for that. We're going to be working on some more commission stuff, but you can also spend your channel points on doodles. So that's a thing. So consider that. On Thursday, we're going to be here with Baldur's Gate 2 Shadows of Amn Enhanced Edition. I want to say we were like about halfway through the game, roughly. We're still doing like a whole bunch of side quests before we go to Spellhold, so. And then on Friday, we're gonna be back hopefully with D&D, so let me give Phil a shout out. It's been a couple of weeks since we've been able to do our Tomb of Annihilation game, but we should be back on Friday. And then afterwards is either going to be The Witcher, or I need to see if the guys want to do some Blackout Club. So we'll see, one or the other. And then since we're done with Disco Elysium, I think we're going to be moving Witcher to Tuesdays and open up Fridays for other things. So we'll be doing Witcher on Friday, and then we'll be off for the weekend, and we'll be back on Tuesday with more Witcher, is the plan. I've got some links where you can follow me and support me on stuff. If you want to join the Discord, join the Discord. It is a great place to hang out with everybody when I'm not live, and the best place to keep posted on stream news. I have a Patreon for my art stuff, so check it out. Patrons get special awards. I need to finish the wallpaper, but it's coming together. It's almost done. I have a store where you can buy merch or art prints and that sort of thing, and also I'm a Humble affiliate. So if you're looking for other ways to support the stream, you're gonna buy something on Humble, use that affiliate link. Go. Alright. I need to end the stream. I gotta get food. So I'm gonna leave you with the rest of the song. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. I hope you all have an excellent night. My brain is not working. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.